This is the Pinemen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special episode of the Pinemen. That's right, it's that time of year. I don't know why I'm laughing so much because 2 seconds ago we're doing a sound check right now.
There's no music in the background.
Okay, that's why I was laughing. Yeah. Okay, what about like now?
We'll be back. Should we stay in?
I don't know. I just raised the volume a little bit. Is it working now?
Oh, do it a little bit more.
I mean, I have it on like negative 35 decibels, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's...
That's... It's... I feel like that sounds all right.
All right. Excuse this audio thing for a sec. I'm going to lower it a little bit.
Okay.
Oh God, I'm going to lower it.
Which this might sound like we're giving a very important speech.
Yeah, this is just the thought, okay? Let's just see. Just the thought. Okay, hold on.
It's so disorienting hearing everyone talking at the same time.
Ready? Don't talk for a second, okay? Bear with us here if anyone's
I gotta
watching.
get the headphones off.
All right.
Can't tell if you're talking or if you're talking. Or if I'm talking. Oh, boy.
I feel like, I mean... All right, hello, I'm talking right now.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, just like super quiet, right? Okay, cool. All right, yeah, sorry about that.
It's audible, but not...
I want it to be so quiet you can barely hear it. Maybe just after watching for 20 minutes, you hear like the chime and you're like, oh, Christmas. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
That's all,
I think
that's all
it's
we're going for here.
I think it's a good
Yeah,
line.
so quiet you can barely hear it, you know?
Well, now that we're here, should we come back? Let's come back.
All right. Be right back, okay?
We'll cut this out of the finished product.
We probably won't, but maybe.
No,
okay.
it's gonna. I never edit these videos.
All right. All right, we're starting soon, everyone.
This is the Pinemen.
Okay, a little more difficulties there, but we're back.
I was just chopping some wood for the fire.
Oh. Yep, we're going to be gathering around that fireplace right now, virtually.
The virtual fireplace, indeed.
Yeah, we even dressed up. The idea was to dress Christmassy, and we basically both dressed just like people who are going to visit someone and have dinner around this time, so that's great.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No matter what holiday you might be enjoying, imbibing.
Yeah. Just imbibing the holiday itself.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
been a minute since we've
here.
been live, so I gotta get my sea legs back.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I'm like, why is it so quiet? Like, that's how I feel. Right? Anyone else? Anyone else feel like it's too quiet? Just kidding.
Yeah. Should we turn the music up?
I can't hear it anyway. This kind of is like, honestly, I feel like we should do what I said. This way we can actually hear it. Because I want to be in the Christmas spirit. No one's actually gonna watch this.
Wait, put it up louder?
I can't. Yeah, like I can't. No. I'm saying like put it on like VLC so I can screen share that to you, and then that'll play through my desktop audio, and then we'll be able to hear it too, if we want.
Yeah, do that. Go ahead. Yeah, do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you? Yeah, do that on the fly.
All right. We're gonna do it.
I'll entertain the crowds.
All right. Go for it.
Man, it's been an interesting time. Genuinely, I can't believe that the year's almost over already. I know that like that's like a very very common thing to say every year, but this one really felt quicklier.
I agree with that.
No.
All a blur though, really.
Genuinely a blur, man.
Like 2019 through now is just 1 year, and I think people have been saying that since. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in agreement.
Yeah,
like
maybe
COVID.
time is kind of got fucked up.
Yeah, I think
someone like maybe like Nicolas Cage in some movie messed something up.
definitely something like that must have happened. He hung out in the museum for way too long. Is that him in that movie? Oh yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's Ben Stiller.
Oh, okay. Well, same thing, pretty much.
Yeah, that museum, that was a long night.
Was it? I never saw the movie, to be honest. But...
I know, I never seen it either, but it's called Night in the Museum, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly the one.
Unless you're talking about something else.
Nope, that's it. Okay, I'm just kind of freezing up because I was like,
I
can
want to
do
get
this.
my hair fluffier.
You want to?
I want it to be like almost straight out, but it's not doing it.
Oh man.
This side has it going on, but my other side does not. Which side is my good side, Matt?
I don't
Do you
know.
think is this side better, or is this side better? Just generally.
I don't know. I don't have a preference really. I mean, the way
No?
your hat is currently tilted,
Does it seem like my good side should be this side?
the way your hat's tilted makes it so that but each side gives a different appeal. I was
Yeah.
gonna say I guess it's the left side has, because you could see more of your face. You got like the hat angled away from you more, but then you just turned with the hat, and now
Down.
it's a little bit like, what's he doing under there? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You could either open up to somebody or you can close off.
Exactly.
Create a bit of mystery around yourself.
And as I just showed you that, it's kind of like me with my emo scene haircut right now. It's like this side open to the public, and this side it's like my endless apathy causes eternal darkness within me.
Indeed.
So, and that's true. So, well,
did you open the VLC player?
I'm trying to, but I keep getting distracted. But
No, that's okay.
Will it loop? I think it will. Loop 1. Okay. I think.
Get in loopy with it. Oh, we got the wrong live screen going here. We got the Pinemen with the circle. We don't have the Pinemen with the fucking top pine.
Oh, you're right. That's about to change once we do the screen share, though. So that's good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. I don't know if anyone's watching this, but be right back. One more second, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody is actually. Oh, we have 3 viewers, which means somebody else is here.
Oh, nice.
Maybe.
with the... Okay, here we are. I think we're in our final form now. Let's see.
Oh, we're looking good.
We're in our nice thing. Let me get this nice and quiet. Little background music for us. 'Cause 'tis the season. Am I right?
Yeah. I'm feeling jolly.
Are we hearing this right now? Little something in the background, right?
I can hear it.
You can?
Well,
Is it working? I don't know.
I can hear it, but
It should be coming through your
it's
Discord.
because it's coming out of my speakers. It's coming out very, very quietly.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
But that's okay. I don't need to hear it
That's fine.
that loud.
Yeah,
it's creating. I can hear the piano.
That's it. I'm talking just little background. That's it.
Yeah.
So hopefully that sets the mood for everybody.
No, I like it. It. As long as you're feeling good, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good. Maybe we're gonna turn it down lower. But anyway, okay, enough about that.
This stream is mostly just trying to get the volume right.
Well, it's back to the early days. Back in the day, that was the norm.
Yeah.
Back in the day,
I mean, we
could
gotta
actually
just
say
get the
that, by
volume
way.
right. Also, by the way, is the volume correct?
I think. Wait, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, we sound good.
Okay. Why are we so obsessed with the volume right now? It's mostly me, but
I think the volume's fine.
yeah,
I mean,
no, it's good.
volume seems correct.
Yeah. All right, cool.
See, that's a callback to when we were first starting out. We no longer do that anymore.
Yeah, no,
after
totally.
a year of streaming.
Yeah. Which, by the way, did we mention that it's been a year? That's
But I was leading in.
Oh, sorry.
You just stole my thunder.
Oh well, I mean, the reason why I didn't just get that. That's why I said, oh yeah, that used to be the norm back in the day, and then I said, and I do mean back in the day or whatever I said, and because I was gonna say because it's been a year. Damn, that's.
I know.
We
so
created our channel
the
December of 2021.
Yeah, we've streamed almost every week, if not twice a week. Mm-hmm. We have at least a stream for every week because we've done two. We did 2 streams for a long time.
Yeah, there probably is.
And I think we've only missed maybe a month and a half total of weeks, it was interspersed. I think we missed 2 consecutively. I think only once or twice, and then one here and there.
Yep, I think that's pretty much right. It's cool.
So I gotta say I'm pretty happy that we chose to do something and we just stuck to it.
I know, right? It feels it's one of those rare victories,
Yeah, seriously. I mean, the amount of people who talk about doing stuff and then never do the things, it's a lot. And we're guilty of that often and not often as well.
Oh yeah. In fact, actually, I guess you're talking about just doing the whole, Pinemen channel thing. But I thought you meant just doing it today. I was like, this is a victory.
Well, that's true too. But also just the general let's do a stream and let's do it every week, and then doing it every week.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that.
That
way. Yeah. Once in a while, I'll be like, oh man, I'm doing that later. And then I get a little stressed out or something like that, just because. I don't know, when I'm feeling I feel like I'm going to just be boring and not really... Oh, I can hear my voice coming through.
You can?
Yeah, I think that... Yeah, but I don't know. It was just for a second. But, if it happens again, I'll tell you. But,
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But then I realized, I don't know. It's just... What is there to worry about? We're just hanging out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was talking to some friends the other day, people from the that hang out at the bar, and I forgot how it came up, but I was talking about the Pinemen. I mentioned it as if I already brought it up, because I thought I did to one of them, and he was like, "What you do? I didn't know you did a stream or whatever," and I was like, "Oh yeah," and I was talking about it with these 2 guys, and I was just like, I wasn't selling it as "Oh yeah," I'm like. And it really just is we we are cataloging like a conversation every single week, and like it's gonna be awesome one day to look back and be like, damn,
Yeah, basically.
you know. And I feel like we probably have mentioned that on here before, but like we have had many conversations in our life, and we have changed so much through time,
Yeah.
you know. And like it's kind of funny with how, I don't know, like cancel culture and stuff has worked with it. Kind of, I think it made like a lot of people like afraid of like themselves.
Yeah.
But it is kind of a beautiful thing that you can be kind of an idiot and then not be one. You know?
What do you mean by that?
Well, like, I mean, if we had our conversations from when we were like in high school and even
Oh.
like college era, the
Yeah,
things that
yeah,
we
yeah.
may have talked about on there could have been questionable,
Yes, yeah.
you know. But even still, like I kind of like if we look at it more as growth and less as like you're a fundamentally bad person if you have bad ideas at any point in your life.
Right. Which is apparently what you're supposed to do, you know?
Yeah. Like if you've ever thought anything that's in bad taste, then you're fundamentally a bad person. But no, I think it's cool and important to like kind of like track your growth, because when you're just looking at now, like it always kind of feels like you're the same person, and you forget how far you've come,
Yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
Because like even like when you have memories, I don't know if I think this is a common thing, but you're like but then like you remember like things that were happening, but like the way that you are is like the way that you are now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Kind of still like you're still like thinking about it like that.
Yeah.
You may like know there's like differences, but like, you know, you can't like feel what it felt like to not know the things that you know
Right.
now. Or
No,
like
yeah, I
that.
think about that a lot. And it actually, like, it used to really bother me because I would be like, I would just think about, like, just general situations, like, not anything crazy, just like my normal life back then, years ago, 10 plus years ago, whatever. And, or even, you know, less than that, but just, you know, in the past. And I'll like, get a little, like, nervous because I'm like, oh my God, like, I was so stupid back then, and like I was just going around thinking like I knew stuff, and like I could have, like, anything could have happened, you know what I mean? And I'm like like I had no idea what I was doing. And not saying that I like know what I'm doing now, I just mean it's like at least now, like you said, now I'm like, wow, I really am so much better off, like in terms of like, I don't know, just like you said, growth. Like I just feel like I've experienced a lot of growth, you know, like for sure.
Yeah. And it's wild too. Like sometimes I try not to think like this, but sometimes when I think about the past, it's like, damn, like I spent so much time being like afraid of shit and worried about shit, and
Mhm.
like it was all for nothing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. One of the
Like those
biggest
days
things.
of like being like, oh my god,
Mhm.
that anxiety, and you're just like, I don't know, and nothing happened.
Right.
I didn't
One-
need to be afraid of anything.
One of the biggest things that I've realized is just like the realization of like everything that I don't do that I want to do. Like I want to do it, but oh no, let me not do it. The reason is just because I'm afraid of like this hypothetical scenario of getting like totally ridiculed and embarrassed and
Yeah.
like failing in, you know, whatever, like just like failing to a point of like where everyone's like, oh, I didn't realize you were just a complete moron, like I hate you now or something. And it's
Yeah.
like that has never happened ever, not even close. Like why would, and like, but yet all the things that I would ever want to do, I'm like, that's what like holds you back, kind of, you know what me I'm talking about
Mhm.
anyway, like, but it's like,
Well, that
yeah, it's just insane that imaginary force can be powerful enough to like, you know, really influence your life. And it's, well, you know, it's your own thoughts, so it's like, you know, whatever. But I don't know,
It's
you know.
no, I know it's yeah, it's really not good.
Yeah.
And like the fucked up thing, it's like, yeah, it's. I'm gonna say something really quickly,
Okay.
and I woke up this morning and got a kick out of it.
Okay.
But last night, I was hanging out at the bar, and this dude was talking about how he has like really bad anxiety, and he takes Zoloft, and it helps.
Okay.
And I said to him, "Your parents really anxious when you were growing up?"
Oh yeah.
and he just goes, "Well, yeah, and I was it's like,
Dude, it's so insane. That little thing of like just realizing that, like, I mean, you know, you could really reduce it down to like, oh, you're a product of your environment. Okay. But like really actually like understanding the extent to which that is true and like how deep it goes. It is insane. It feels like you just have like secret knowledge that like somehow no one knows. Like, you know,
yeah,
people just
then,
going around being like, why am I like this? Like, oh, I'm bad. I'm like, I'm stupid. It's like, no, you're just, this is just how you turned out. You didn't choose to make those to go down like nowadays, right? If you're like whatever, like say you're like overweight and you want to lose weight, or say you're just really skinny and you want to put on muscle, you don't like you have to like start making the choices to get there, right? Well, how do you think you got to where you did when you were 16? You weren't making active choices from age 8 about like, I'm gonna be a bad kid or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, I'm gonna be stupid and I'm gonna frustrate my parents. Yeah, like, you know, like, no, you know, like you just were told that you're stupid or something. You know, I'm speaking to a hypothetical person here, but like stupid or like not manly enough or whatever, not
whatever the fuck it is,
cool, whatever it may be. Yeah, like I don't know, like it's just so bizarre to think about, and we've all been oblivious to that at some point, you know, and most people are still, you know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, and I was like, the only other thing I said was he like started talking about stuff, and I was like, the most important thing to realize is what's your shit and what's someone else's shit. You know? When you can make that stuff line up, it just sets you free from a lot of shit.
Yep.
And yeah, he was like leaving, and I was like, if you ever want to talk about this, man, let me know. I'll be here.
Yeah. You should tell him to watch this show. I feel like we used to always talk about that type of stuff, but I don't know, we would always go into tangents about like,
we talk about many things.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like, we put that stuff in there, but it's like, usually we'll go on a tangent about it. We'll start with that and then be like, yeah, and then who are we to think that it's so like we're anything more than just evolution? That was like the most fun conversation. The one about like the human supremacy and how like we think that we like actually know anything. Meanwhile, we're just like, at the time, dinosaurs were the apex species of their time. You know what I mean? We're just that now, and it's true.
I know. It's this is, I mean, like, existentialism is my favorite school of philosophy and psychology even too, because it really like, it's important to, this goes back to what I don't even know if we were streaming when we were saying this, but to like kind of like to like own your own shit kind of, and realize that you can change. Oh no, we were talking about the people change through time, and like kind of being able to just like, if you're paying attention to yourself, you know, you can just there's like the excuse of like, I'm just like this.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that, like, or like you like blame stuff, or you know, if there's one thing, it's like if you spend all your time like blaming something and then not actually being like, not just seeing it and then changing because of it, you're just like, well, I can't because I'm like this.
Right. Yeah.
You know, or like, well, if I grew up in a city, then I would be able to like be different, or like,
right. Yeah.
You know, if only my parents were rich, then like my life would be better.
Yeah.
Or whatever, like shit. It's like,
even though that might be true, you know.
No, but like just,
but yeah, not as like feeling
just
personal
like
fulfillment or something.
You have one life, and if you're gonna spend the whole life being like a victim in your own life, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of shit.
And it's
know?
like it's so insane. It's the weirdest thing is seeing like, and don't get me wrong. I mean, just knowing that that's the case doesn't mean that like you could for me at least, it's not always easy to like apply that or remember that that's the case. You know, because
it takes a lot. Well, it takes a lot of practice.
yeah, exactly. But it is so weird seeing like people who are like 60 plus who are just like that, and it's like I feel so bad that they never realized or whatever, you know what I mean? Like thinking that just like, I don't know, people just be like, oh, I'm just a son of a bitch, that's just, you know, I've always been, I will be till the day I die or whatever. It's like, do you understand that you're just like literally an irrelevant person who's just like no one cares about you? Like, I mean, when I say
it's also
that,
it's just like, I'm sorry that your parents are mean to you.
Right. And when I just want to clarify, when I just said you're an irrelevant person and no one cares about you, what I meant was actually like, I meant that in a good way, like
yeah,
you know, no one's like at the end of the day, why live for someone else's expectations or opinions about you? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Like literally,
I mean, we act like we were assigned a character at birth, and we have no choice but to play that character our whole life.
Like even your name is just made up. Like it's like just what? It's like what? Because 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, someone wrote it on a piece of paper and was like, that's who you are. That's your name now. It's like you're just some guy or girl or whatever. It's just you're just living life. Who cares? Like,
you're just a perspective kind of at the end of the day.
Yeah. You're just literally at the end of the day, it's like, okay, when
you're a subjective experience.
Right, kind of, yeah, right. And like you're like, you can't see ultraviolet light, you can't see infrared light. Why? Because you're just the result of, okay, think of it like this, like when you sneeze, you just sneeze, right? Like it's like, achoo, that's it, end of story, right? Yeah. You don't think about the individual, like every millisecond of each little aerosolized liquid particle that comes out and like floats along, and then where it settles and how long it takes for it to, you know, evaporate or like, you know, get whatever, you know what I mean? Like it's just, that's it, you know what I mean? We're really just, one day everything exploded and became a universe, you know, the universe started, and then somehow on one of the collections of matter, some of the matter just gained like some kind of consciousness where you can like think, and now you're just like going around, and then like one day, but like it's just like you're just going around, and then like it's still going though, everything is still happening. You know what I mean? Like I know that's like such a stupid, it feels so stupid, because if I was actually like depressed or anxious and someone told me that, I'd be like, okay, but that doesn't help at all. But like, I don't know, it's just something to think about. I mean, come on, what do we really
I mean, a lot of it though is like paying attention to your subjective experience and realizing that, like, you know, you do, like, you are in charge of it and you can make of it what you want to.
Right.
And like, I think, I mean, we've talked about this before too, but a big part of, at least for me, and a big part of like any kind of like anxiety or depression or anything that I deal with, it's like realizing it's there and not like trying to, like, thinking that it's like, it's because I feel like it creates, it makes it so much worse when you're trying to battle against yourself.
Yeah.
Right. If you're feeling depressed and you're like, God, why am I like this?
Right.
Why can't I just fucking just do stuff?
Right.
Like I and you just go like, that's all right. I'm not feeling good right now.
Right. Seriously.
You know, it helps me. It goes so much quicker. Dude, man, I have been depressed for really long parts of my life.
Right. Yeah.
And nowadays I get depressed for like a couple of days sometimes, and I'm just like, it's all right.
Yeah.
I'm just not feeling that good, and then I just feel better. Like, you know, things change and things click more, and like you're like more open to, like, it's just a lot of it is paying attention. Obviously, I'm not saying this is perfect advice for everybody at all, but like for certain people, I think it's definitely extremely helpful to just pay close attention to it and allow it to be. Allow yourself to be. You know, you don't have to add to the pressure that society already fucking puts on us.
Right, exactly. Like, that's why I said the thing about like the name or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay. Like, what I mean is by that is like, even your name is just made up. It's what people told you. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, why am I so like awkward, or like, why am I so, I'm just really shy. I don't talk to people. Like, oh, I don't, I could never, whatever, like make friends or approach people or put myself out there or go do that thing that I really wanted to do, that like I could never, whatever, quit my job and go to Amsterdam or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but you're allowed.
It's like,
You're allowed.
says who? Literally
Yeah.
says who? You just think that you just think that as you're floating around on the ball, you're like it's like we kind of like, I don't know if it's society or if it's like just biological or something, but it feels like there's not literally someone's watching you, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like, over in general, like tabs are being kept on you, and like there's expectations, and you can't like let people down, and you have to live up to a certain thing, and like, oh well, I don't whatever, like, oh, I was always so good in school or something, and it's like now I need to keep being a good person, and like your idea of a good person
but
is
we
like,
know what that is, right?
what, like trauma? Like,
Oh, I think it's defined as the superego, right? But that's our fan,
okay.
like our parental voice, and
right.
like,
yeah, exactly.
it comes from being a kid and being told what to do,
right.
which is, it's regular. Everybody has that voice in their head. It's like and it's like kind of like, it sounds like society and all of that. It's the same.
Right.
It's the same conceptually, but like, yeah, realizing like you have to listen more to like, you can do whatever you want. It's like there is no correct way to live.
Right.
There was people telling you for a long time that there was a correct way to live, but they're correct. They only said that because they were afraid that you were going to end up dead.
Right. Yeah. No.
If you didn't do what they did to get to the point that they were at.
Right. Basically, it's like all the sage wisdom that you gain is really, obviously there's more to it, sure, but like at the end of the day, a lot of it just boils down to like, I am qualified to tell you how to do every single thing in your entire life because I just like survived long enough to procreate. That's it. Like, it's like you haven't, it's not like you had to, whatever, like take some admissions test to have a kid or something like that. Not that you should have to, but I'm just saying, it's like
some people would disagree with that.
What, that you should have to?
Some kind of, I would be like maybe a little bit of a,
yeah, I just mean like, how do you enforce that?
Health and wellness test, but you can't do that. You can't not do that. But like,
right. No, I mean, yeah, in a perfect world,
it would be a good idea, but you cannot do it.
In a perfect world, actually, it would just be,
in a perfect world, everyone would be all right.
Right, people are equipped to do that.
Yeah.
But for some reason, well, for many reasons, yeah. But people, that's the thing. That's why
this shit runs deep, man.
Yeah, it goes so deep.
It's not like a fault game. That's not the game that I want to play here. But it's a recognizing the patterns and breaking them if you feel like it doesn't, like, don't be in the box that was made for you because it was made for you.
Right.
You can break. You're allowed.
Right.
And figuring that out is extremely important, I think, to making like substantial changes in your life.
Yeah. And it really is no one's fault. Like, it's not, I don't mean it like it's your parents' fault that you're like this. It's like, okay, why did they think that was the right way to act? Also, it's like someone.
But the way that you are has a lot to do with the way that you were raised and your parents.
Of course,
it's like
when I say,
I just mean like the fault thing is.
I just mean fault in terms of like to blame them or something like that. Like, it's like, well, they're the way they are because of their parents and their experiences and stuff.
And then their parents are like that. Because,
right. And it could be anything. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. And then in society where like there's this, the individual responsibility thing. It's like, if in a country where it's like, in a world where like it's literally cheaper to eat like the most unhealthy, highest calorie things in the world than it is to eat healthy and eat normal food. And then if you get fat, and there's advertisements for it 24/7, and if your parents, a lot of people who are overweight are like, their parents are overweight and they feed them when they're younger, and then they get used to those habits, and you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
But society just treats it like you're lazy and you're stupid. Like, really? What the hell? Like, I don't
Well,
know.
some of society.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, like the weight argument is an interesting one. Well, because honestly, it's like that. But that's another thing. You have to realize. You have to realize these things to make the change. So in some way, like, it is your fault if you're fat. Like same way. Like
Right,
if you stay stuck in bad habits that your parents gave you, it's your fault that you're like that.
Right.
But you have to realize what's wrong and what things that you don't like and change it.
Right.
If you're perfectly happy being overweight, I don't care. Be overweight.
Of course.
But if you see it as a problem within yourself, then you have to make the fucking
right. I'm just using that
change
as
it.
one example. And when I'm saying like fault, I'm just saying I mean it like specifically like to blame someone like in a negative way. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's like you make the choices at the end of the day. But I'm just saying it's like, come on, let's be realistic. Like, when like you can just predict the outcomes of people's lives based off like their environment 90 like maybe not 90% of the time, but it's like a huge percentage of the time, like
well, yeah,
people who are
but a lot of
abusive
people are just going along with stuff,
right, like people who are abusive are often victims of abuse in the past. People who are whatever, like alcoholics are often children of alcoholics. People who are violent are usually children of people who are violent, because you think that that's normal, and then you live in the world like as if like, well, that's the norm, it's just normal. You don't really question it. You just think it's normal. And then the people that you end up meeting in life oftentimes come from like semi-similar backgrounds, where it's like, but maybe not similar backgrounds, but there's something that kind of clicks with you, like,
yeah,
some like, if someone,
we attract the types of people that like we are, like we put ourselves in the world a certain way, and people who are like that are attracted to it.
And it's
right,
just
vice versa.
kind of happening. And you can just kind of steer the ship and just do what you want with that. But it's still happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, if you like, and another thing too, like and we've talked about stuff like this, but like if you act a certain way in the world, it affects the way other people act towards you, and it affects like the way that they might act too. Like if you throw more often, people that you're around start seeing like, oh, like he throws all the time and he's all right.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll throw more.
Right, and then you'll start, and then if you are going to make new friends and stuff like that, it's probably going to be people who admire someone who's down to throw, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
or
stuff
they
like
also
that.
are a thrower.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But if you're, that's why it's just funny, because it's like, I don't know, you could just think about it and it just applies to like almost everything. It's just so consistently true. Like, I don't know.
Well, humans are like very simple, really, at the end of the day.
Kinda, yeah. When you really boil it down, yes, absolutely. Like,
yeah, and it's just about paying attention to the nuances of yourself and like making decisions to the best of your ability, because it's like. But honestly, I think it really just comes down to paying attention and watching your own patterns and deciding if you are okay with them or not.
yeah. Right, like,
really. And then if you're like, okay, it seems like I do this every single time that this happens. Why is that? And maybe you can pinpoint it if you're being as honest as you possibly can with yourself. Because we lie to ourselves so much.
Constantly.
So much. We make excuses for shit. When we're always just like trying to figure out a way to make everything feel like it's all right.
Yeah.
Everything is all right.
Right.
But like it can be better. Yeah. Or
or not. But like, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like if you want to change something, you can just do it. But if you don't want to change it, but you feel like you have to,
you
don't
can just
do
also
it.
not.
Yeah. Like, unless you want to. I mean, hey,
just don't do stuff you don't want to do.
Right.
Do stuff that you do want to do as much as you can.
Right. I mean, I'm saying this stuff, but I like just, obviously this, Eric, but like, I don't know if anyone watches this. Like, I don't like live up to this. It's not like I go around and just live freely all the time. I'm like constantly a prisoner of my own thoughts and insecurities and stuff like that. But it's something I think about all the time.
Talk about this stuff.
Right. And like, but to be fair, it's like, that's kind of one of the things that I was like sort of thinking of when I said that thing earlier about like, in the past, when you look back and then you're like, oh my God, how did I even survive? Like I was so stupid. I just mean like, it's not stupid. I just mean like, I didn't know anything. Like I didn't realize, I thought like the things I do are just because that's who I am, and it's this is what I do. Yeah, it's cool. I like this. But there's so many things that I look back on and I'm like, wow, I was really just trying to like feel better about myself a lot of the time. And what I mean, it probably sounds like I'm talking about way more serious stuff than I am. I'm literally talking about like doing funny stuff to try to make my friends laugh, or like, trying to, I don't know, just be cool and stuff. I don't know. It's like,
Yeah.
and try
No, I
to
feel
like
you.
feel like you're good enough, and like, you don't dress a way that you like necessarily. You just like the way that you like the response you get from people, and it's like, well, I like this because other people approve of it, so that's good, and I'm not used to that, so that's good. And I say you, but I'm talking about myself, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting thing as well, because but yeah, the dressing thing is funny,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
also But like, I mean, people are afraid of risk, like like they don't want to go into the unknown at all,
Yeah,
It's a big thing, and I was like that for an extremely long time. I try to stay, if I don't know about what's going to happen, then I don't necessarily want to get involved.
yeah. I find it so funny that you said, we said about the way people dress, and then you said people are afraid to go into the unknown and stuff like that. Perfect tie-in between me talking about myself. It's like, remember the time, I know you do, because how can you forget, where I was like wearing something and you're like, I was like, I don't know, I feel like it's weird, like I think my like shirt was sticking out of my jacket a little bit, and I was like, I wish it wasn't sticking out of my jacket, like, and you were like, why don't you just tuck it in? And I was like, I want to, but I don't want to become like, I don't want people like being like, oh, I guess he's a guy who tucks his shirt in now. It's like, that's exactly what we're talking about right here. Like,
Yeah.
like
That's risk, man. That's some serious risk.
I'm like, I was so insecure at the time that I was like, well, that's like basically, that's not in my comfort zone, and like there are going to be serious consequences if I tuck my shirt in, because then
a man might talk to me and think, damn, this guy fucking tucks his shirt in.
literally, I'm like, I don't want people getting the wrong impression of me. Like, I don't want them thinking I'm just like a guy who always tucks my shirt in. Not that there's anything wrong with tucking your shirt in. I just don't want them to think that I'm like the type of dude who's like confident enough to just tuck a shirt in like that. And also, like, what are my friends gonna think? Like, they've never seen me tuck my shirt in before. Now all of a sudden they're gonna be like, what's up with Matt? Like, why is he tucking his shirt in now? Like, I totally thought this was all gonna happen. Like,
yeah, it's actually funny because like talking about this specifically, it's like I always tuck my shirt in.
yeah, you specifically, right?
Yeah, and I would feel uncomfortable if I had my shirt untucked.
Wow.
Not because it's more of a personal thing. I don't necessarily feel like people would be like, well, but it does have to do with it, because I feel like an untucked shirt looks kind of sloppy.
Okay.
Like, it makes me feel like I'm looking too like comfortable.
Yeah, I
If
get
that-
you.
it's like-
No, I get what you mean. Totally, yeah.
For some reason, I don't want to look too comfortable, but I want to look comfortable.
I know what you mean. I know
a
exactly
whole
what you mean, because
Yeah.
I know you. Like, I know what you mean by that. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
So like, I like to have a tucked shirt at all times.
yeah.
But yeah, if I didn't have it, if my shirt's untucked, then I'm like, oh,
Well,
I don't like this.
But that sounds like it's, yeah, like you said, it just sounds like that's more of a personal preference. But yeah, it is weird how we're just like, I don't know, like even that though, it's like, okay, untucking your shirt looks sloppy. Not that I'm saying there's like whatever, obviously, tuck the shirt in all you want, do it. It's cool.
Yeah.
But it's like at the end of the day, like, okay, it looks sloppy if your shirt's not tucked in. It's like I don't know, who's looking at you like, look at that sloppy guy with his shirt untucked. I bet I'm gonna see him again, and next time I see him, I'm gonna be like, look at that sloppy guy again. You know what I mean? Like, no one cares. Like, and if anyone does, that's like,
it is a personal preference,
right?
Because
exactly.
I don't think most people don't tuck their shirt in all the time, and I see them, and I don't think that's a sloppy man.
Right, exactly.
Sometimes.
Well,
but not
yeah,
most
if they're
people.
particularly
It's not because
sloppy.
the shirt's untucked.
Yeah. There have to be other factors.
There has to be a lot more factors involved.
But yeah, it's funny how we do stuff like that. Like, even me right now, I have long hair that looks kind of absurd, and it's just not because I got a haircut or something. It's because I just haven't gotten a haircut in like probably 5-6 months. And the reason I do that is just because, like, I don't know, I just always did. That's it. I don't think it like looks good or anything. I'm not used to having short hair all the time. and I don't want to be the guy with short hair. But then when I do get short hair, I just cut it short, and I'm like, well, now I'm just kind of the guy who sometimes has short hair and sometimes has long hair. But it's like, you don't have to be any type of guy with any kind of hair. You could just be like, oh,
That's the big thing.
I'm just going around.
I feel like you
I don't know how to even
the best case scenario is that your hair is whatever way, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it just is.
Right.
You know, you could pull off whatever hair you have.
That's it. No?
You know, because I have not gotten like a haircut by a person in maybe 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
I just grow my hair and shave it, and then sometimes I like trim it with the scissor by myself, or like, you know.
Oh, actually, I used to do that all the time. I mean, I still do give myself haircuts, but I like I'll probably do it in a couple weeks or maybe even days. Just buzz it off, and then. But I actually, to be fair, I don't know. I had to go to a wedding, so I just buzzed it off, and then a week later, I went to the barber and was like, "Can you just make it not just be all one weird length?"
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's cool. I don't know. It's just interesting to think about because it's just so hard to for me personally to apply this stuff to myself. Because even as we talk about this right now, in the back of my mind, it really is it just still exists where it's you could totally take control of your life and do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about other people's expectations, all this stuff. And I'm like, man, I wish I could do that. It's I can, but it's it's just hard to break.
You're gonna have to start making that voice louder. The voice that is you can just do that. Because it takes time. Don't get me fucking wrong. Sometimes it takes honestly, a catalyst might have to happen that forces you to be that way more, and this is a big thing too, getting further and further away from the person that you were helps a lot, a change of for example, if you moved, stuff like that, it would slowly start, you would start becoming kind of different because you're in a different environment, and and then so all that stuff, maybe you make new friends, and that, because you see how that stuff affects you over time, it's
absolutely.
Just generally. So that's always helped me. You have different people in your life, you do different stuff, you get a different job, you start seeing yourself differently, and it makes it easier to become. And if you start making choices that are more in line with who you want to be, even if you still have that voice in your head, you're starting to become more and more that person.
Yeah, no, you're so right.
Because you gotta the fake it till you make it kind of thing is it's a decent
it's funny
way
you
of
say
going
that.
about stuff.
Yeah, because I literally have done that before consciously. I literally said, I'm going to fake it till I make it. I don't know if that's cringy or whatever. It's just
people say it in their head a lot.
Yeah, no, I literally did that. I straight up said to my friends, I am going to intentionally be delusional. And if I'm delusional, but I believe it, who cares? And when I say delusional, but unfortunately, I mean, it's not even that unfortunate. For some reason, I look back on myself as though I was the biggest piece of shit in the world, but I totally was not at all. I don't know why I think of it that way. But, I don't know. I just when I was 21, my idea of doing that was I'm going to go to cool places and go to the club sometimes, and I'm going to, be willing to kind of do funny stuff in public. You know what I mean? It was just I don't know. It's just my idea of faking it till I make it. Faking it till I made it was basically, honestly, the real way is it was good at the time, but I'm just glad that now I'm not still exactly like that. But that's just called, why would I, in my 30s, want to be 21 years old, act like a 21-year-old? You know what I mean?
You got to go through all that shit. I mean, I do that and done that and continue to think and move forward and just keep making, being more I think it would be good to be.
Yeah, that's a funny way to put it, but I know what you mean.
I was thinking about this and talking about this just the other day, but when I've been a shy guy for a long time. When I was a little kid, elementary school and stuff, I was very quiet. I'd get like nervous really easily about any interactions. I was always kind of stressed until like I became friends with people. Then like I
Yeah.
became more comfortable. And then like middle school, still like I started like pretending like I dressed more myself and started flirting with the idea of being. But still, I was so shy. I would get like nervous, but like I forced myself into a lot of situations that kind of challenged me, because people would pick on me and like question things that I was doing. But I was like, every time someone would talk to me, I'd like get like a panic, but like try to figure it out,
Yeah.
And then I'm sure you probably have felt that way too.
Yeah,
Like that fucking.
Huh.
And then high school was like a little bit better, but beginning of high school still like But by senior year, I was feeling good about high school, right? I felt like I had like ownership of the school now, kind of, and like I
Yeah.
felt a lot more free. Especially senior year, I felt very free.
Uh-huh.
And then, still like, I was always like kind of shy, but like in the very recent past, I am very, very not shy, and it's not. People call me charismatic very often now, and I'm just like, damn, I have come so far from this little scared kid.
That's so funny because I never knew you that way.
Dude is just going around.
Yeah. No, I've never considered you to be
like
shy.
Bringing
at
up
all.
people's parental trauma to them, like the first time I ever meet them.
Yeah. That's definitely out of the box. You know.
And I'm like, damn, it just feels so good to just express freely, like because that and I still get it once in a while, but that feeling like in your chest when you want to say something, but you're like holding it back.
Yeah.
I don't get that feeling very often.
Damn.
But I still, once in a while. But usually it's like there's a good reason where I'm like, I don't need to berate this man right now.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
But I want to. I'm like, give me a reason. Give me a reason.
Oh my god.
I do it, but not often.
Yeah, see, I don't know. That's really cool. Just to be able to go out there and really do that stuff. Because, I don't know, I feel like it's so weird. Like, I feel so incapable of acting like that. It's hard to even explain. Like, I don't even know. It's like, whenever I do go out in public and stuff like that, and I do things with people, I'm totally fine with the way that I act. Like, I like the way that I am. I'm just like, I don't know. I just, leading up to everything, I always feel like, oh, I'm gonna like, just be so annoying, or I'm gonna be too quiet, or I'm gonna be too. Bless you.
Sorry, I sneezed.
It's all good. You know what I'm saying though? It's like, I just think it's gonna go bad, and then it just never does, and I'm like, oh. That's a
big thing too, and like I completely understand that feeling, but what helps with that is when you think back to all the times that you've been afraid of doing stuff and how they've not gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
And you start like paying attention to that, then you're like, oh, what I'm afraid of is nothing.
Yes.
I just don't know what's gonna happen, so I'm prepared for the worst.
That is exactly right. Right. It's
like you just have to start trusting yourself. Like, know that you're gonna handle it well, because so far you've done fine.
Yeah.
It's like you'll figure it out. Even if it goes bad, you can deal with that. You can make choices and go through life well.
Yeah.
You can adapt and overcome.
Absolutely. I'm getting a flashback to a memory right now actually, I'm getting a flashback to two memories right now. Both are, I feel like, relevant to this. One, I think I was in 7th grade, so I don't know how old you are then. Like 12?
13?
13, 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. I was like, I mean, it sounds weird. I mean, but I don't know. I think, like, at the time, I was like, I'm depressed. Like, you know what I mean? I just wanted to stay home all the time and stuff. And it was like the new school year and stuff. And then, like, oh no, yeah, whatever. Maybe this was, I don't know, whatever. It was like, I was probably 13. And just this kid at school that I
This guy.
yeah, this 13-year-old man at school. This kid at school, Timmy is his name. I think you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
He I just one day, like I was always like afraid to like hang out with people I didn't know and stuff like that. And one day he was just like, he just knew I like skated and stuff like that. And he was just like, he just messaged me on AOL Instant Messenger, like we did back then. And he's like, oh, hey, I'm coming to your house. We're going to go skate at the school. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, I don't know this guy. I've never hung out with him before. And he's just going to come and we're going to go skate? Like, it's like a Wednesday. I can't do that. Like, what am I going to do? And I was like getting like freaked out. I'm like pacing around my room. It's so crazy. I do this stuff now. It's like, oh my God, what the hell? This is like eye-opening for me. This is like a therapy session. Thank you. And he's like, I'm like pacing around like all nervous. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying to think of excuses. Like, oh my God, maybe I can like just not go. Like, I was like, I hope my mom, like, I hope I get in trouble for something so that I'm like, I'm
Oh
grounded.
my God.
Like, I was so afraid to go. I'm like, maybe he won't be able to find my house. I don't even know how he knows my address. And I still to this day don't really 100% know. But like, he's like, anyway, whatever. He shows up at my house. He actually came. I'm like, oh my God, he's actually here. Now I have to go. And I remember that so well. And that started like, that led me to make friends that I'm still friends with today. And I like literally this summer went to Mexico to go to one of their weddings. And so, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that like really shaped like my friend group throughout most of high school. Like, you know?
Yep.
And it's just crazy.
All because of that one day.
Right. All because basically someone did something that at the time I thought like, this is the worst thing that could possibly happen. He's just showing up at my house. I can't even say no. What do I do? How do I get out of this? And now it led to me like, you know, having like some of the most important memories of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Down the line and stuff. And
I know. That
and then-
it's
yeah, it's crazy.
that's really. Keep going. I'm sorry. I'm stepping
No,
on
the
you.
other one is just funny. It's a different story, and it goes the opposite way, but it proves the same point, kind of. It's like, the other one is like, this was, I just started my first real job and stuff like that, and you know, I didn't really make any friends at first and stuff. I didn't really get like, you know, I just didn't really talk to anybody unless I had to, and one day it was like the second Friday of me working, and people were like, oh, we're going to this place right nearby. If you want to go grab a drink or whatever, like, you know, happy hour Friday, you know. And I'd never done that in my life. Like, I've been to bars before, but I'd never, like, went out with coworkers. And I was like, okay, I mean, all right, yeah, I'll go, you know, let me, like, break out of my shell a little bit. You know, I kind of want to get to know some people here. It feels weird not knowing anybody. And then, so I went, and it was like the worst thing I could have imagined. It honestly was. Like, I'm not the worst thing I could have imagined, but it was basically, I showed up and I was thinking it was going to be like people that I could like, you know, really get to know and talk to, but it was just like, not that, you know, you can get to know and talk to these people, obviously, but everyone there was like about 50 years old, and like I was like 24 at the time, like, and I don't know, I just didn't, and they were talking, you know, they're talking about like, they also had been working there for like 10 years and stuff. So like they're talking about like back when other people used to work there and just stuff that I had no idea about. And I'm just like this, like in their eyes, like this like literal child hanging out with like people with like grandkids, some of them. And I'm just like, and they're talking about like, you know, they're like having beers, talking to the people they've hung out with for the past 10 years. You know what I mean? And I'm like, just literally just sitting there absolutely silently. I don't think I said one word. And I ordered a Corona, and then, but they had a tab open, and I just was like freaking out, because then I was like, oh my God, now I'm tied to this tab. Like, I have a Corona. I have to like pay, you know, before I leave, but it's going to be obvious when I leave now. So like, what do I do? And I started like getting so nervous and stuff, and I'm just sitting there in utter silence. Anyway, the moral of the story, the point of the story, you know, the details are fine. I mean, it was just, I ended up just being like, hey, I think I'm actually going to get out of here. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's on my tab. You know, just give me a couple bucks on Monday or whatever. Get me a beer next time. And I just left. And then I felt like, okay, I'm glad you know, I'm out of it. I'm glad I kind of like experienced that. That was weird, but okay. and nothing
Yeah.
bad happened. And it was like my biggest fear, like, oh God, I'm gonna be the person sitting there saying nothing with nothing, like not participating. Everyone's gonna think I'm weird. Like, I don't know if they thought I was weird, but
Yeah.
it was just not a big deal at all.
Well, yeah. Well, and also the other like side of that is like you just weren't really having fun with those people.
Right, and that's
And
another
that's
thing
fine.
that I realized
like, not
many
your
years
fault.
down the line. It took me like many years later to realize, like, oh, I don't have to like love hanging out with every single person, otherwise there's something wrong with me. Like,
Oh yeah.
I could just be like, oh, that guy's cool, but I'm not exactly looking to hang out all day with
Yeah.
them. But like,
Learning discernment is extremely important when it comes to moving through things.
right. And when I was talking earlier about like back then I was like insane, I don't know how I survived or whatever. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. I mean, like, I just didn't understand that, like, wait, if I don't like hanging out with a person, that's fine. I'm allowed to just be like, oh yeah, I'm just actually gonna hang out with someone else or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's a honestly I
yeah, like, not that I would say that to them.
there's only really a few people that like I like really would want to hang out with like all the time. Like I like I like having like a kind of diverse group of friends.
Yeah,
Because I never really I know like because your mood affects stuff too, right? Like you can like really like somebody but also be like I don't really want to be around them.
I definitely know what you mean.
You know?
Yes.
I need something else.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
and you can do that thing with the other people and it's nice. And that's why like I mean like hanging out at the bar, and it's nice because different people come in and you can like I like it because it's like always like, it has that party atmosphere more where you can move around and have like a bunch of interactions.
yeah.
Or if you want to, you could be tied to one person that you're having a good conversation with.
Yep.
And talk to them for hours.
Definitely.
And it's nice to be able to move when it's not fun, move around.
Yep. Right.
It's kind of like I like sitting like just like with one person for a long time and it's not fun is it's draining.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even if it's not even if it's just not even just like not fun, like it doesn't have to be as far as just like this is not fun at all. But like even if it's just kind of like I don't know, just not in like super engaging. I'm just like, what am I doing? Like like I don't know. Like but there you just at the end of the day, like what I need to get back to, or what I want to like work towards is something that I've achieved before, which is just like I don't know, I used to just be down to do stuff like knowing that it was probably gonna suck, but I'm like, it's gonna be funny though, like or like whatever, like.
Well, you make your own fun, definitely.
Right, exactly. I guess that's what it is. Like I would just, I don't know. I just remember once.
But also like if say like me and you went to a party full of people that we just didn't really know them or didn't really like them that much, or we were just like, I guess we'll go. It's probably not going to be that fun.
Right.
We would have to make our own fun in the environment.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you could like have fun with people that you necessarily like would never want to hang out with.
Right, exactly. You could just treat it like
engaging with them in a fun way.
Right. You could just treat it like, all right, let's see what this world is all about, and like just talk to people about what they're interested in, and you're just like, I have no idea about any of that, and I don't really know anything about this, but that's cool.
Yeah. And maybe you spend an evening learning about the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Right, exactly. Like, I mean, something that if someone were to sit down and be like, yo, I really want to talk to you about like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I would be like, obviously I'm not interested in that. Are you kidding? Like, you know what I mean? But like, I mean, maybe that's not obvious, but I don't.
But say you're at a wedding or something and you're not having that, and no one's really that interesting.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, tell me about it.
If someone was gonna talk to me,
I have a buzz on and I don't.
Exactly. And then I'm super interested in like, wait, how does your company do payroll? Like, or whatever, random thing, like,
that was beautiful, man. That was fucking beautiful.
I'm like actually engaged with it just because it's like, all right, let's just talk about whatever, man. You seem like a nice person.
I'm down to listen to people talk and like engage. I love though taking like mundane things and making them like about stuff that I like too. It's fun.
Yeah, I feel like I
You
do
ever
that
think
too
about
much.
this stuff?
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh my god. Yeah.
or like people are talking about their job. Dude, I do this maybe too much. I might have a problem a little bit, but I don't care.
I think I might know
enjoy
what
it.
you're gonna say, and
And
let's hear it.
people like you know, talk about maybe their job, right? Maybe they're involved in let's say marketing. Maybe they're involved in real estate.
Okay.
Oh, I'll do the thing.
And let them know
But
why they shouldn't be, or
who
why
do
that.
marketing. I'm like, why?
Yeah. No,
What made you want to
exactly.
do that?
Yep. No, exactly. I literally, it's so weird when I'm like, the amount of times I'll be like, it's not that much because you know I don't talk to a ton of people or whatever, but when sometimes when people or individual people mention things about like work and how it's like, you know, just like, oh my god, my boss does this, and like, you know, it's so like I don't know how to navigate that because I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna get into it, and I don't even mean this in a political way, but I'm just saying, like, do you think it really makes? I mean, this is just an example of like, and I try to like do it in a way of like, just I don't know, because it's like I'm just trying to add. I'm trying to just talk about it, you know what I mean? But I'm like, I don't want to sound annoying, like, and preachy. But then next thing I know, I'm like talking about like exploitation and how the capitalist class takes our surplus labor value and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But not in detail.
Yeah.
I just mean I'm just like, well, it's weird that the owners just get to take the profits away that you guys generated. I mean, isn't it kind of messed up? And honestly,
Yeah.
to be fair, the reaction is always just like, yeah, I know, what the hell? It's not like people are like, what
I
the
mean,
hell
yeah,
are you
people-
talking about? What?
People are generally like, especially if you're able to explain it in a decent way, people are usually like, agree.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Because how can you not? It's just like, yeah, whatever.
And that's the thing and we've talked about this on here and throughout time, but like it's the rhetoric that turns people off and makes people go like, "Pfft,"
Yeah, no, exactly.
you know.
Yeah,
You start talking about communism with people,
right.
and they're like, "Well, God, what are you talking about?"
Right.
Communism failed, but if you talk
Right.
about other things, then because I mean, honestly, I don't even want to like I don't like the verbiage either for this stuff. I feel like it's
agree.
kind of it's like and it's limiting most of the time too because if you people will call me a communist and I'm like I'm not really a communist.
Right.
You know?
Because, and it depends on what you mean by that. Like, are you talking about like a
Exactly,
Stalin
exactly.
vibe, or are we talking about like?
Yeah. I'm like I think Marx had some good ideas. That's how I feel.
Right. Yeah.
But also a lot of other people did as well. You know, and I want to pull from a large pool because at the end of the day, truly, like, and I've been thinking about this. Like the thing that I'm most influenced by, and like the way that I think about stuff, comes from like I was saying before, like existentialism and like reading shit like that kind of has been driving the car for even when we first started talking about this stuff, and I was talking about like, I wasn't like using the same kind of. I wasn't talking about the same stuff we talk about nowadays, and it's especially not in such like a. I understand a lot more about stuff than I did,
Yeah.
you know, but I still feel the same way that I felt then. Kind of,
Right. Yeah, I see
you
what
know,
you mean. Yeah.
the underlying tone of how I feel is.
Yeah, same here
Insane.
even. And that's the funny thing. That's the sad thing, really, is that I think that applies to most people. I think that like I don't know, whatever. Like just people that you disagree with about probably everything. At the end of the day, they probably just arrived at their conclusions because they want the same thing as you and they just got led astray and they think that this is the way to do it. Or unless obviously then you get obviously I don't know. I like, you know, obviously there are bad people out there, but like I don't think there are that many people that literally deep down are well, I don't even know. I don't know.
Well, when people talk about the idea, when people talk about the fact that capitalism is the only like way to really like function in like a global society, I'm like that just shows your lack of creativity.
Right, yeah. Like how
It's
can
the
you
only way
think
that we are currently functioning, and we're barely doing it.
Right, barely functioning. I mean, it depends on
You
how
know?
you describe functioning.
Like capitalism is the best system for like keeping societies functioning. It's like
Really?
that's just the one that you know.
Right. Right.
Like that you think that like society will collapse without a capital trade system that
Right.
like
With like investing in stocks and stuff. I guess technically,
Yeah.
whatever capitalism
and like
people
land
count on.
ownership
Right.
and like
that's what I'm
individual like
saying.
resource accumulation
Right,
and like
my
what?
I
Why do you
really,
need all that coal, brother?
I really think, I really think like it's like one of the things is like it's hard to explain. Like something that I realized that I guess I take for granted when I talk about this stuff is like it. I used to think like almost every like thing that not everything, but like multiple of the things that I believe in now, like when I first heard about it, I even was open to it and stuff. And I was like, I heard about it because I was like, getting involved in like that type of stuff just online and whatever, like, and I just mean like, I don't know, like hearing about, okay, like I used to think stuff like, whatever, like, okay, without like any kind of private ownership, why would anyone like want to be the person to start a business? Like, okay, so, you come up with an idea, why would you want to go to get people to own that idea or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, because they're going to be able to profit from it as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? But then it's like and so I was like, I don't know about that. I feel like they probably never thought about that. And then I just kind of like felt that way for a day. And then like the next day I just like looked up like how do they I don't know. I just looked up like how do they explain this? And then I was like, "Oh, that makes sense. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense, I think." And I thought about it a little bit and then I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Why am I saying this? I can't remember what my point was."
I'm not 100% on that.
Um
Well, I'll say something quick.
Whatever.
Quick, you made me think of something. I thought you were going this way with it because with a lot of these ideas, like, I mean, I like because you were like talking about, I don't know, I don't want to stay stuck on one thing, but I mean, with a lot of ideas, especially when you're growing up, you like turn your brain off to a lot of different ways of looking at the world because you're told that it's stupid or like bad, right?
Yeah.
And then you go like, I won't think about this anymore. Like, you grow up in like our generation and the past generations, right? Communism is just bad. It's known. It's just bad.
It is.
So you go like, okay, it's bad. You don't think about it anymore.
Right.
You don't think about any of it. You don't read any of the stuff. You don't know anything about it. You just know that it was bad and that like during World War II, Russia was communist.
Right.
That's what you.
That is you just completely reminded me of what I was thinking because that's kind of the same
That's what I thought of
concept.
when you started the point. So
Right, yeah. What I was gonna say is I take this for granted, but it's like that process took time and stuff like that. And over time, I basically changed almost everything that I used to think about, like just the way things are. And this is the way it is. This is what works. This is how it is. Not that I had strong opinions of it back then on anything like that back then, but I just, accepted what I was told. Like I just accepted the normal stuff. Like, yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
People say it's good. Okay, it's good. But so yeah, it's like while talking to other people, it's like it's like impossible for them to really understand. Like it's like literally forget what you know about things. Like forget what you just take for granted as just that's the way it is. Just forget about it. But it's impossible because like they'll be like, okay, all right, fine. I'll just like come at it completely fresh. And then it's like then like 30 seconds later they're talking about like, yeah, well, open borders would cause this. It's like
how do you know?
Forget everything. Why are there borders? You know what I mean? Like it's like you start from scratch, basically. Like you know what I mean? Start from scratch. And if it's really like I mean seriously like I said this recently. No, this sounds so. I probably sound so annoying if someone like doesn't know me and they like think that I'm going around like preaching to people about this all the time. It's just once in a while I'll just talk about this with people who want to talk about it. And it's like, what do you call it? Like, okay, forget everything you know, start from scratch. Imagine if someone actually came up to you and said, all right, I have a plan, okay? I have the ultimate system. It's going to be perfect. All right, we're going to produce enough food to feed everyone in the world. The crowd goes wild. Oh my God, this is going to be perfect. But in order to keep profits up, we're only going to make enough food available to feed like a percentage of people. Like there's going to be a good chunk of people who are going to like starve to death and die. You know what I mean? It's like no one would accept that just on its face. You know what I mean? If you were just looking at it totally rationally, like you didn't know what money was, you just were like, is this a good plan? A whole bunch of people are going to die of starvation, but we can produce enough food for everybody. What do we think? You know what I mean? Who's going with that? Who's going to go with, all right, we're going to have enough housing to house everybody, but we're not going to let people live in it. We're going to hide it behind money, and then there's going to be like hundreds of thousands, like, you know, thousands upon thousands of homeless people. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. We're going to have like the best medicine at any point in human history, but like 40 million people are not going to be able to get access to it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
And all this stuff. And then, we're also going to have like, we're going to spend almost $1 trillion a year on a war, on our military. And like, but don't worry, it's to keep us safe. The only problem is 90% of the people that we're going to kill with our military are going to be innocent civilians. We're good with that, right? You know what I mean? It's like no one would be down. Oh, and also, by the way, so who is the military? Who is that? Well, it's mostly the government, but also there's going to be like private contracting companies who like go out there and do like what do you call it? Like, I don't know, they're basically land pirates, you know what I mean? They don't live by the laws of the land or whatever. Like, you know, like they can just do whatever they want practically. I mean, I could be wrong about that. I mean, I don't know everything about it, but it's like, who would ever think that that's a good system? But just because they, you know, oh, well, I mean, come on. People I know have houses and cars. How can anything be wrong? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Why do you need a car? Really break it down. Like,
I know, dude. And this is the thing that why, like, yeah, that's why it's easy to like see the absurdity in it at the end of the day, is because questioning reality is extremely important.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, and you said it so well, but like it's the key. It's the secret key.
Yeah.
To like having just question everything. Just break it all down. Why are you so okay with just thinking that you know stuff?
Right. The sad reality though
you
is
just don't know anything. It's all right.
Unfortunately though, some people, a good amount of people who question everything, instead of coming to the conclusion of, oh my God, the government gets money from the corporations, and then they do the bidding of the corporations, and it's usually not in the best interest of the people. So, oh my God, this sucks. They don't come to that. They come to, there's a cabal of globalist elites controlling everything behind the scenes, and they're satanic, ritualistic, blood drinking, you know, whatever. And you know the rest. Everyone knows the rest.
I was having a conversation the other day with this dude, and he was talking about he was see, it's fine and it's all good and fine to like play with these ideas, right? Like, you know, whatever it is, right? Aliens building like, or like old civilizations, like whatever, you know, all the what I forget what his name is now. That dude,
Ancient Aliens,
the gray haired guy, that like talked about ancient civilizations and
Graham Hancock. Yeah.
Like all questioning stuff is cool, and I like that.
Yeah.
But when you just like when like that's the point of view, questioning things is like whether ancient civilizations were actually ancient civilizations, or if it was built by a more ancient civilization, and like you focus a lot of time and energy on that, but like you still go around acting like what we're doing now is cool and fine. I don't like it. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know his opinion on whether or not what we're doing now is cool or fine. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I do agree with that. I mean, I don't know. What was I?
Well, I was talking to him, and like, it's not. Well, he was definitely thought that things were wrong, but I'm like,
oh, you're talking about a specific person. I thought you were talking about Graham Hancock just in general. You're talking
no. He's fine. Okay. He's doing whatever he does.
I don't know. I don't know much about him. I mean, I know about him, but I don't know about his personal life. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but basically, we were talking about that, and like, I just like. I feel like there's more important conversations to truly be had. And so I was talking to a specific person, two guys actually, and they kept staying on like that stuff, and I just kept bringing it back to now.
Yeah.
You know, so it was interesting, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily. It just feels like It doesn't matter, but there's things that do matter. And
Yeah.
and we could also play the game of questioning things right now.
Right.
Like we can play it right now about things that are happening right now.
Right. No, I know. That's
I don't care who built the pyramids. That doesn't matter to me.
Right. I mean, yeah, I find that stuff entertaining. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
interesting. It's like thought provoking and stuff. But I don't think it's like we need to figure this out. They're lying to us. It's like, come on.
Yeah. But having like I don't know, like debating that stuff is, I don't know, it feels like in a bar, right? It's just maybe it's just me. It's just me. You know, people are allowed to like whatever they like, but I feel like it's boring.
I get that.
Like to like have like to watch a documentary on it, sure. You're like, oh, that's interesting. But to like be like debating somebody in a bar about whether or not it's true,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
To be honest, the thought in the back of my mind is like when you were saying that, it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they're just being lighthearted about it and just goofing around, but it's like, I don't know. Like I could if you're being lighthearted and goofing around about that, you're not going to talk about it for hours. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but whatever. Hey, live your life. But it's like it's just frustrating. I agree that it's like, yeah, people are just more concerned with that because they just don't people just don't know about stuff that's really going on, and like when they do know about it, they just think it's like, I don't know. It's just, I don't even know where to begin. It's like just people when they do know, the people who know, okay, there's something wrong here. Why is this? Something's bad. Why is all this stuff bad? What's going on? Let me educate myself by watching a private news organization that's profit driven, that literally just wants to keep your eyes glued to the screen for as long as humanly possible, and they make billions of dollars, and they like, you know what I mean? They're like ingrained in the political system and stuff, and they're owned by the same people who own a large percentages of like energy company, you know what I mean? Like fossil fuel stuff. And like, you know, it's like, what do you think they're going to tell you? You know what I mean? But people think that it's just honest reporting. Yes. Oh my God. I'm watching CNN. Yes. Actually, did you see that clip of Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 going on CNN?
No.
Oh, it's pretty funny.
How long is it? You want to watch it?
It's actually really short. We could watch it actually.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Let's see. I mean, actually, I don't know. If you want to watch it, we can.
I'm down. We haven't watched a clip on this channel in a long time.
All right, let's see. CNN. Oh, did you know he's like making a documentary? Well, he made it and it's like coming out in a couple days.
What is it?
Oh my God. Okay, so it's with if I'm remembering correctly, I don't know if I know this was the case. I think it still is. It's like, I think it was like produced by like Tim and Eric's company, or maybe it was just Tim Heidecker or something. I don't know. Like, but one of them, they're involved in some way, or one of them is involved in some way in like the production. I don't know, because it's like on HBO. It's like being released through HBO. It's like a real thing. And I don't know. It's about like the lead up to like January 6th. That's how he describes it.
Oh, okay.
But it's just like, you know, I guess he was going all around interviewing people and you know, just doing his thing, and like they just made like a whole long form thing. It seems really cool. I mean, I'm definitely gonna watch it. But here, hold on, let me pull up the thing. I'm just trying to find like a straight up video of it, but whatever, I'll just watch Kyle Kalinske. He'll you know, he shows the whole thing, so we'll just watch that.
Okay.
It's pretty funny. I mean, it's not even that funny. It's actually like frustrating, but it's like, I don't know. It's like not the biggest deal in the world. Well, you know what I mean. It's like, I'm just used to the stupidity at this point.
Indeed.
That if this is the stupidity we're doing, you know, it's kind of to be expected. Let's see. All right, I just got to share the screen, which...
It's already shared.
Oh, well, okay, let me share the other, you know what I mean. Share my web browser. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, is stuff popping up on the screen? I don't know.
Something did. Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Bunch of porn. I don't know.
Yeah, oh god. All right, let's pause the
Cool. Got it.
thing. Background. Oh, what is? Okay, let's check this out. Hopefully. Oh wait, I should probably put it on the screen, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if this. Oh, there we are. All right, let me put that screen here. You know, it's a professional operation we got going here when I pull up a screen. When I pull up a what do they call it? A scene on OBS, and I like, oh, when it actually works. I'm pleasantly surprised. All right, so let's check this out.
Chamber responses. Let's watch.
Okay, so yeah, whatever. This is
In 2020,
CNN.
shit got super serious. Protests, pandemics.
Basically, a slavery.
Remember that?
We think that they're trying to steal our elections. All you have are personal attacks. Info war, not physical war.
My name's Andrew Callahan. This is the story of the events that led up to the January 6th Capitol riot. You ever feel like you've gone too far down the rabbit hole?
So joining us now is the director, producer, and stars in this documentary, quote, called This Place Rules, which debuts on HBO December 30th. Andrew Callahan.
By the way, this woman is like
oh
the
shit,
epitome
that's
of
just
anti-
that just confused me so much. I'm like, how did Eric pause the video?
charisma.
Come on, Kyle.
She
Kalinske.
is when she equivalent of
He's just making fun of the.
and this one is the human equivalent of annoying.
Andrew, I mean, this is a lot. This is a deep dive into this documentary, and there's so much to talk about here when it comes to who you spend time with, what you saw. But you know, when it comes to what's happening today, Enrico Tarrio, he was not at the Capitol on the 6th, but he still played a role in this, and he's facing some of the most serious charges that are stemming from that day. What did you see from him as you were shooting this?
This is like the Proud Boys guy.
Yeah, I just talked to him in the lead up to the January 6th Capitol riot. Just hung out with him a little bit in DC and Miami and elsewhere.
And what did you learn about him?
He sells T-shirts. He's the chairman of the Proud Boys. Yeah.
So no details about his involvement, his state of mind, or anything?
I mean, I don't think the movie's not just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers of the 24-hour news cycle, and how I think mainstream media like Fox and even CNN like competes for views by running constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage, and panic, probably to like sell ads. So it's not just about the Capitol riot.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. First of all, I don't agree with what you're saying. But I'm not exactly sure of how that played into people going into the Capitol and rioting on January 6th. There's nothing fake about CNN.
Oh, I'm not saying like fake news.
Don Lemon's like, oh, sir, you've gone off script.
That's crazy, right? I mean, it's expected, but it's just so pathetic that it's like, you're just doing that out in public. Like, you know people are watching this, Don Lemon, right? You're going to sit there and say that? Are you joking? Like, oh, I think you might be muted. It's still muted. Oh, muted. Oh, technical difficulties. Okay,
we're back.
Another volume moment. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's that I love this.
Yeah, right? I love this
I
guy.
know.
He's awesome.
Play more.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much more. Yeah, it's still cool. You want me to just let it play, or you want me to skip through the parts where Kyle is talking? Like,
Get through the parts that Kyle's
okay,
talking.
yeah.
I'm just saying ramping.
And CNN is not having it because they're part of the fucking problem.
I'm just saying ramping people up and increasing division during that period of time. Just watching people kind of fall down the rabbit hole and be pushed into action and like just falling down the conspiracy rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think more people would consider, what's happening online and what happened with the former president and the messaging that he was putting out there and QAnon and so forth.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree 100%.
I'm pausing it right now just because I just want to point out, I love it that, like, once you realize it, it's just the most, like, it's like nails on a chalkboard. When, like, a news anchor says like basically like people are saying, or like I think people are more likely to believe whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you're telling them that. How do you know what people are likely to believe, Don? What are you talking about? You're just saying like people should believe this. Like this is what I believe, and this is what I'm like this is why I was hired, because I'm a empty skulled human being who's just like, I heard the word CNN used in a negative connotation. No way. I don't even know if I use that word right, but you know what I mean. Like, that can't be true. Anyway, whatever. I'll play it.
With that as well.
See, okay, so let me break it down off. Our News Network.
Sorry, I should have just found a different video. God damn it. Come on, dude.
Certain moments.
Why?
Oh boy, this is only the best production quality.
So listen, there are literally so many jaw-dropping moments in your documentary, including a weightlifting scene with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Yeah, for sure. He can bench press a lot, actually.
Why would you put that in? Why'd you spend so much time with him, and why is he such a big part of this film?
Well, I mean, you know, I just think that like whenever we were filming for the documentary, there was just certain moments that were super surreal that just kind of happened, and I felt like we had to kind of leave the footage in. So the Alex Jones weightlifting, whiskey drinking scene would also be one of those moments that I couldn't like leave out of the movie, for sure.
One thing that also stood out was what you heard from people when it comes to like conspiracy theories. I mean, there were parts that were like.
By the way, the question from
As you,
he wants the caricature to be fed, the narrative of CNN to be fed.
children were shouting conspiracy theories. And I wondered, as you talked to these people, if you got the sense that they actually believed what they were saying or what your takeaway was.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people, believe what they're saying. I just think that, the echo chambers in the media, especially more fringe media that a lot of these people are consuming, is pretty all-encompassing, and especially the mythology of QAnon, consumed a lot of people's lives during this period of time, and it kind of, just became everything they wanted to fight for up until the Capitol riot. So that particular scene where I spoke with that family in Georgia, where it was that the structure and whole basis of their family was based upon Q and following that kind of lore, was definitely unsettling for sure. But yeah, it's interesting to see where it is now because, I guess hard QAnon stuff has kind of dissipated in terms of no one posts on the Q boards anymore, but it's kind of bled into mainstream conservative thought.
Yeah.
I do think we should point out a lot of those conspiracies are not from legitimate media. That's from social media and
Oh,
websites.
my
where
God.
these things are
Totally,
pushed
totally,
in dark
but-
corners of the internet.
Oh yeah, but it's people spend their whole time in these dark corners of the internet, so it feels very real to them, especially because I think the biggest problem is probably media literacy and taking a lot of this information that's false as fact because of you're seeing it on Facebook, you're seeing it on Newsmax, you're seeing it on One American News Network, places like that.
Yeah.
Okay, he's way too.
I think that's it. He just says Andrew, thank you for joining us or whatever.
I'm live, right? I am so happy that this man is out here doing stuff.
Hell
and that he's
yeah.
honestly he's doing God's work, man.
Yeah, that's what it's so funny about watching this and frustrating at the same time. It's you're sitting there in your little suit with your little, everything's all just how it's supposed to be, and everything's just so official, and you got your stack of papers on your desk just like a good boy should, and that's real journalism, and we're only doing real big boy stuff out here. And then this random guy who looks like he's I don't even know. He seems like he's on something or something like that. Maybe not, but he's but he just seems like someone that would not be taken seriously by pretentious people like Don Lemon and people like this. And yet it's he actually does real journalism, and you just get paid to pretend to do journalism. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? It's
you get paid to read prompters.
Right. You get paid to read a teleprompter, and he, on his own, with no, no huge backing, just created a whole thing that's he's on your channel. You know what I mean? It's he's crossing over into your sphere. So to just be the guy says 24-hour news cycles are done in a way where, you heard him obviously, to divide people, and it's to sell ads, right? And just like this guy, like how quick like that's not even like controversial. You know what I mean? That's not. He didn't say CNN goes out and lies every day. He said CNN competes with other news networks like Fox News to sell ads.
Yeah.
How is that even like? And this guy, this good little Boy Scout, needs to be like, no, Daddy CNN doesn't do that. You know, like, like it's
We're
weird.
real. We're real.
What, humans?
Real news.
Oh, I thought you were so blown away by the way he was acting that you were like, can you even believe that we're really living in this world? Like,
Oh, it's real, man. It is fucking real.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm okay with it.
What?
This life.
Oh, now you are talking about that. I thought you were talking about CNN again. Now I'm like, sorry, I can't keep track what's going on right now.
It's a bizarre world we're living in, but we're at a great kind of crossroads right now where more people are starting to get it. But
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
which is good. We're at a change where change is happening. It's nice. Change has always been happening, but this change is very good. But I mean, people my whole life, I guess, have been doing that in some way or another.
What?
Questioning the mainstream.
Oh, that yeah, for sure. Sorry,
But
I'm like totally like not getting anything you're saying right now for some reason.
I mean, I that's okay.
Not that you're not describing it well, but I keep thinking that you're talking about CNN, and then I think you're talking about something else. Also, I really have to pee. If that's
you want to take a little
reasonable
fiver?
thing. Yeah, you wanna? Okay, let's do that. Okay, everyone. All however many there are.
We'll be back in a fiver.
Be right back. Fiver.
Less than 5 paper, probably, but 40 seconds.
Okay.
just go into it. The other night I was talking to my friend about like Goldie Looking Chain and like those like bands like that just like those like rap bands that would like make little like ridiculous raps. Did you ever hear of Goldie Looking Chain?
No, I don't think so.
My brother had a phase of liking them. It's the same. They like wrote like goofy fucking songs. Like
Like Broken Side or something?
no, like a little rap song.
Okay.
And it would be is that a little rap group too?
Oh, I don't know. They like for some reason I'm thinking of them because you said like a rap band, and I don't know. They made that.
Oh
Stupid
no,
stuff
like
in,
like they're like it's like a couple of guys and they have like a beat behind them and they say just like a kind of absurd, stupid stuff, like kind of like the song that you just sang,
Oh yeah,
but like
yeah,
different stuff.
yeah. Gotcha.
Anyway, we're back. It's good to see you.
We're so back.
Happy to be here. Happy to be celebrating the holidays with my dear Matthew.
It's great to be here.
It was just your birthday recently. That's cool.
It was. Yeah.
Another. Actually, I met somebody, or I know somebody already. I already knew them, and their birthday was the same day as yours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw them afterwards, and they were like, "Oh, my birthday was just recently." I was like, "Oh yeah."
Do
when?"
I know them?
No, you've never met them.
Oh, okay.
I might have told you about them through time, but
Hmm.
yeah, I was like, "That's interesting." I was like, "My best friend has the same birthday as you."
Yeah.
But they're cool. They're a cool person. They're enjoyable to be around, so it makes sense.
Nice. Yeah. Well, actually, oh my God. You know what's so funny? You know how I just said my next door neighbor dropped this off?
Yeah.
Same birthday as me. Somehow, me and my next door neighbor. Yep.
I mean, I gotta tell you, for a long time I was a little bit I didn't really like astrology always kind of rubbed me a little bit of the wrong way.
Sure.
But as you know, we haven't talked about astrology on the podcast ever, but
Never.
I'm a big fan. I think it's a fun way of conceptualizing people.
Sure.
I mean, a lot of the time, like a lot of it's vague enough, but direct enough where it makes a lot of fucking sense.
Really. I mean, we that one night, it was actually, was it Christmas? When did you come back
Christmas.
here? Yeah, it's that night we were talking about it a lot. And I was like,
oh yeah, we did your chart and we had
yeah, I'm
Cheyenne
like,
on FaceTime.
because I honestly don't really know anything about it except for just like the very basics, but I was believing it in that moment. I was like,
yeah,
this is seeming to make sense. These coincidences cannot just be coincidences.
yeah. If you read like someone do a good job of like talking, especially when they talk about like multiple aspects of your astrology and not just like the sun sign,
Yeah,
you're like, dang, that's interesting.
it's an interesting
It's
concept.
just cool. It's like it is very boxy, which I don't love, but like there are certain kind of fundamental characteristics of people, you
Yeah,
know, and there's
sure.
only really kind of like a few of them generally, and it would make sense that the whole like the actual astrology thing is bizarre, like having it relate to planets and stuff
Yeah.
is weird because that's a whole nother thing. What does that have to do with gravitational pull?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But I don't know, it is interesting.
Yep. No, it is. It's I just think it's like, if I'm being totally honest, it's like I don't think it actually like really like has any impact on anything, but I think it's like just, but I could, I don't know. I don't think it does, but like I just think it's interesting and like kind of, I don't know, just fun. I don't know, it's just kind of cool.
Yeah.
It was fun talking about it that one time, and then we talked about it one other time, and that was fun too.
I think
So
it's a good it's a good mechanism to talk about more real stuff with people about like the way that they perceive the world and the way that like their individual subjective reality,
That's a
you know,
good
and how
point.
they get along in the larger scope of things.
Yeah, I
That's
guess.
cool and fun. And you could when you talk about someone's birthday, especially if they really relate to their astrology,
Mhm.
then you kind of are like, oh, you can kind of like tell a little bit more about them by like the archetypes of each fucking.
That's a good point. I think,
Solid.
I think the main reason why I was having fun with it is because it was like a fun opportunity to be like, to hear someone else say something like, this is how your type
Yeah.
of whatever would be just like typically be. And then like, you're like, you just I don't know. I guess it's fun to just talk about things like that. Because what you're normally going to be like. Normally, yes, I do take charge of a situation. You know what I mean? How am I bringing that up in conversation? Not that I do, but like, you know, it's like, I'm just using an example, but whatever. But yeah,
It is really interesting.
It was a fun time.
It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
I recommend everyone do their chart and read a little bit about it. It's interesting.
It is. Because also, yeah, I don't know, just seeing things about yourself that you can kind of be like, wow, I kind of do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't have to go around and be like, oh my God, well, I'm doomed to do this forever because of the way that the planets were lined up when I was born. But
We brought it all right back home. Man.
Yeah,
It's really about paying attention to who you, and taking what you like and what you don't like from how you exist in the world and adjusting.
yeah. I just
You know,
can't
'cause-
believe that some people are actually like, I mean, hey, if it works for them, good for them. But it's bizarre to me sometimes when people are like, you know, I mean, not that I've met someone who did this, but you hear about it online, I guess, which take it with a grain of salt. But it's like, you know, just people being like, oh, you're a Virgo? Yeah, sorry, no, we can't hang out. Like, you know, like that's too much.
Well, yeah. But they would have done that anyway about something else.
Yeah, true. Right.
It's
It's kind of a good filter. Because it's like, on one hand, if you're talking to someone who's cool and like open-minded and just is kind of like interested in it as a hobby or something like that, then yeah, now you're able to talk about like your personal self and, you know, really like get in touch with like who you are with each other,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But it also will kind of make you realize like, oh, this person genuinely believes that every single thing that's ever happened in their life is because of where the Mercury was when they were born or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing that goes back to what we were talking about too. It's like you can't, you don't want to have, you don't want to make up too many excuses for things in your life, because then like you take away your own autonomy in your life, and then like there's a fine line, right? Because like I've probably talked about it on here too, but like my conceptual idea of like life being a river, right? So there is some kind of lack of autonomy in that, but if you're paying attention to the river, you can like float down it more easily.
wow, you know,
than like you would if you're like not like you're gonna hit some rocks. You're gonna slam right into a rock. We can move around rocks.
yeah, exactly.
It's like
Right, you can't control whether or not the rocks are going to be there.
Mhm.
But you can kind of, you know. And if you hit one, it's not because you're a dumb idiot. It's because there's goddamn rocks in the river, man. I mean, of
Yeah.
course you're going to hit one eventually, right? Like, come on.
Yeah.
You
you
didn't
can
put it
only
there,
do
but...
so much. You can
Yeah.
literally only do so much.
Yep.
And that's cool and good. But do what you can. Do what you
Yeah.
can.
That's all you
You
can
know?
do, isn't it?
Yeah. You gotta do the best you can.
That's it.
How's the milk?
Good. Honestly, this is pretty strong. I'm like kind of starting to be like, whoa. Like feeling it a little
2
bit.
sips in and you're like, I'm wasted.
Yeah. No, it's not. I'm not, but it's good though.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know. To me, it's just like Bailey's, but it kind of like a. I don't know. It's just good. It just tastes like really good chocolate milk or like a chocolate shake almost.
Nice. The other day I had a very long night that became a day, and I went to like this diner that's opens early with a couple of friends, and I got a coffee with Bailey's, and it's just such a nice treat.
Yeah, I've had that once or twice, and it's
Yeah. Honestly, to tie it into the holiday special, usually around this time of year, I'm drinking Bailey's and coffee. You know, especially in the next few days. Like, you know, Christmas, drink some Bailey's and coffee. It's nice.
Yeah, it seems like
You know?
definitely something. Unfortunately, I'm more afraid of coffee than alcohol. So,
Mm. You don't fuck with decaf?
honestly, I think just I'm so scared of it that the placebo effect of it is enough to make. I'm just scared of even that.
The flavor of coffee will trigger an anxiety attack.
Anything about it, just yeah, exactly.
That is, I mean, that's a whole thing.
Yeah, because there have
It's kind
been
of like with Mary Jane as well.
I can see that. Yeah, definitely that the thing for sure. But with coffee specifically, it's like I know it probably sounds so stupid, but like, I mean, I think actually a lot of people experience this, but maybe not this specifically. But I don't know. I've had a couple of experiences in my life in the past like year or two where I had severe anxiety on a regular basis, and I don't know, just on a couple occasions, I just decided to drink coffee because I was like, maybe this will kind of like, because you know how like when you're feeling like that, like you're depressed or anxious, you're like kind of like feel like, people say it's like head fog, and it just feels like you're just kind of like disoriented almost, like you're just like, oh God, you know, you can't really focus on anything. Yeah. Like, I'm like, let me drink some coffee. Maybe this will get me like focused up and stuff like that. And then I'm drinking it. I'm like, oh my God, I haven't had coffee in months. This is so good. And I'm like, I feel good. Let me have another one. And then I drink another one. And then I'm like, oh man, I'm feeling awesome. And then like a couple hours later, I'm like genuinely like laying in my bed, like, please God, help me. Like, because I just feel like my heart is pounding. I feel like I'm twitching. I feel like I'm like everything, like my eyes feel like they're like going out of control. I'm like, oh my God, I'm having a stroke. I'm having a heart attack. Oh no. But
yeah, man, anxiety is very not good.
I know, it's so bad. I am so grateful every day nowadays that I don't feel that way every day anymore. I literally just subtly, I'm not even that superstitious. I'm not superstitious at all, but I just like tapped my desk a little bit to knock on wood because I said, because that's how like much I can't stand that. Like it's not that I can't stand it. It's just, it's like living in hell, literally. Like,
yeah, it was just to talk about that really quickly. That the other day, something happened. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the person that I was with was like, "Oh, it's a bad omen," like joking. Okay. And I was like, "Well, now it is."
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like, because I mean that's one of my fucking little fucking things that I still have in my head when it's like, if you think bad stuff, then bad stuff could happen. Kind of like it's like, yeah. If you think something's bad, then you'll like make it bad on accident.
Oh yeah, I don't really think of it that way. I think I'm just so used to thinking everything's going to be bad.
The way that a panic attack spirals, right? It's the same kind of thing.
No, yeah, exactly.
You get worried about a little thing, and then the worry about the little thing makes you worry. Like you're focusing so much on. Obviously, I already forgot what the thing was, so that goes out of the way. But like if say I was a different type of person, and someone's like, "Oh no, that's really bad," and then I'm like, "Shit."
No,
and I start worrying about it being really bad. Then that triggers like a kind of anxious reaction to stuff, and now I'm going through the world with a little bit of the fog that you're talking about. And then bad shit might start happening. I might start making mistakes, fumbling.
You know what's funny?
I might take a knife and stab myself in the toe. Who knows?
You know how you said.
And I'm like, oh my God, it was a bad omen.
Right. You're saying that this stuff doesn't get to you too badly these days. And you're like describing how you think of it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't really do that. And it's like, wow, maybe I should start trying to think of it that way. You know what I mean? Like, instead of like, because I think, you know, you said, you know, you try not to think about things in a bad way because then it's like, you know, it might be bad. Like, yeah. I just assume everything's going to be bad. Like, genuinely. Not everything. It's getting better. It's getting better. Okay? But, like, for a while, for a long time, I assumed everything was bad. Like, everything. I literally used to think if I go outside to get my mail, a neighbor is going to come up to me and see me outside and then be like, oh my God, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Are you all right? And I'm going to be like, what? Yeah, I'm fine. What do you mean? And then they're going to be like, oh my God, someone call an ambulance. You're like bleeding out of your eyes and stuff. Like literally, I used to like, yeah, like crazy stuff. I used to think everything bad. Like I just was so afraid of literally everything. Like I'm not joking. I probably should have been like on some kind of medication. Seriously. Not that I ever, you know, I was in control of my actions, obviously. And I never had any crazy thoughts, but it's like, because that's not crazy, right? No, it was just severe.
It's a little, just gently on a gentle unhinged door.
Gently unhinged.
Squeaking in the wind.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I just basically thought like I'm just so pathetic that like everyone can tell how pathetic I am just by looking at me, and I'm so pathetic that they're gonna mistake my patheticness for like I'm going through a life-threatening medical emergency. Like they're gonna think I'm having a stroke because I'm so.
I definitely get where it stems from.
I'm gonna freeze up so bad that I'm not gonna be able to speak. And they're going to think I need an ambulance. And then I'm going to have a panic attack because I can't get out of the situation. And then I'm going to actually go to the hospital. And then they're going to put me in a mental institution. And I'm going to be in there until I'm like 55. Like stuff
because
like
you
that.
Couldn't trust yourself to respond correctly to situations.
Right. And in reality, I would just be like, you know, then like whatever. Like anytime I actually have to do anything, like where I'm like forced to interact with people in a situation I'm not comfortable with, it's just like the easiest thing in the world once I'm actually there. It's the hardest thing in the world to get there, but once I'm there, it's so easy. Like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, anxiety's a fucking nightmare, dude. I remember I struggled with it for a very long time. Obviously, I still get anxious now and then, but generally it's like it's about a specific thing and I know what it's about and I'm like just take care of that shit because you're going to just be thinking about it until you do.
Yeah.
So I try to just get rid of that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did have, as you know, had a lot of fucking weird fears, weird anxieties, weird stresses, fucking like borderline OCD for a while. It's not great, not fun. Didn't enjoy it. Particles.
Yeah.
Particles. There was particles involved in my life every day.
Right.
The unknown, the unseen terrified me. Who is this man? And now I shook his hand. Maybe he gave me an illness. Maybe I'm dying.
Right.
Maybe because I did this one small thing, my whole life is crumbling around me. And it's my fault that this is happening because I should have thought before I shook that man's hand.
Right.
I should have thought. I should have not shook that man's hand. I don't know that man.
Right. What if he has an open wound on his hand with
HIV
positive blood leaking out into your wound that you may have or may not, but you might.
There might be a small opening somewhere and I just can't see it.
Right, exactly.
This is a joke, but it's not a joke at all.
Right.
This is the way
It's
that
actually
I
a
think.
pretty real world example, like specific example.
Yeah.
But it's
I used to think about that shit all the time and I would just oh boy, all the time. Bad. It's not good. Didn't like it.
Yeah.
Would not recommend.
I used to literally, I remember you used to do this all the time, but like I remember one specific moment where we were leaving your apartment and you were like making sure that the stove, like the gas was turned off or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, he's just checking. I'm like, all right, he's like taking kind of a long time. And then like you come out, I'm like, oh, he's checking it again. Okay, that's weird. Not weird, but I was just like, oh, I guess he's like really like obsessed with that.
You
or
can
something.
just look at the stove and know that it's off.
Right.
You can just look at it.
And I used to, honestly, at that time, looking back, I could relate to it. I just didn't make the connection. You know what I mean? I thought I couldn't relate to it, but now I definitely can tell you. It's like it's so bizarre because, like, when I'm home alone, which is like you know whatever, like probably 60% of the time, it's like, the amount of times that I am laying in bed, like, genuinely, like, in that state where you're like, I can't move, I'm so tired, I'm, like, basically asleep. And I'm just like, wait, what if the front door has been unlocked for days, and I just didn't know, and there's, like, people who are, like, living in my house, and I don't even know about it. Like, oh my god.
There you go.
What if this is happening? And then I'll get out of bed and go downstairs and be scared and check, and the door is locked every single time, obviously, but like, you know, it's like, but yeah, I'm getting up in the middle of the night to make sure my door is locked. Like, it's like, what the hell? Why? What is going on? But like I said, that doesn't really happen as much anymore. So, and not that it happened every night.
I still have it a little bit with the door. I used to in Brooklyn. It used to be picture like a nice a warm summer day. I'm leaving my house, running late, stressed already because I'm like half hour late already, and I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And I get out the door. I'm like stressing because I'm like watching where the cats are because I'm like I don't want the cats to like touch it. Like I don't like I may already made this sure the stove was off, so if the cats go near the stove, then I have to check the stove again. Yeah. And then I get out of the door, close the door. My thoughts are like racing, but I'm trying to relax. I'm like I'm paying attention. I'm gonna make sure the door is locked. I lock the door. I check the door. Now I'm sweating because I'm having like a small panic attack while I'm checking the door because I'm like thinking about like what if like did I close the windows? What if the cats go in the window and then all this shit while I'm like trying to make sure the door's locked and I'm like like a counting thing that I check the door shit, and then I'm leaving. Then I go out and going in the block. Did I lock the door? Go back.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It wasn't fun. It was not fun. I still have the door thing, but I have it very down to a science now, and I won't let myself go back and check the door.
That's good. That's definitely good.
Yeah. I say no. If the door's open, you know what? Chances are good no one's gonna go in there, and if they do, what? You lose a computer, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it's better than having that control your life.
Yeah.
Not that it's controlling your life, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's lost a lot of control over my life. And even like, there's like little things like at my job and stuff that when I get home or get off work, I'll be like, did I do that? I go like, well, if I didn't do it, it'll be done tomorrow. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot how bad I've come a long way. I'm very proud of myself. Eric, good job. You're doing a
Yeah,
good job.
no, seriously. I even noticed a difference, and it's like so weird because when I met you, I was like, he's so like mature. Like not met you, but when we started hanging out a lot after we were out of school and everything like that, I was like, he's like he knows so much about stuff. Like, and what the hell? Like he just like is like an actual like person. What the hell? Like I'm like a dumb kid. It felt like, and I'm like, I don't know. But even still, I'm saying like I even see like, damn. Like looking back, it's like you have like evolved so much since then in a good way. So that's awesome.
Thank you. That makes me. Thank you.
Just yeah, it's just.
I wish I could give you a touch right now.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I swear to God, a part of my brain just tried to think, is there a way? Like.
Yeah, I know.
But.
Yeah. I haven't touched you in so long.
Yeah, I mean, because was it last year? It wasn't even. Was it 2020 that you were here?
I think so. I think it's been like 3 years. Wait, no.
That would be 2. Or was that
no?
last
I definitely
year?
I wore the mask on the plane, so it was after COVID.
Okay.
So it's probably
It was
like
probably,
2021 at the end.
so that's last year. Yes.
Oh,
It was about exactly a year ago.
well, okay, yeah, a little bit more than a year ago. Because
wait, actually, was it?
it was.
Because last year I was sick on New Year's Day. Oh, but that could have been a couple weeks after I hung out with you.
Well, there was no. Wait, when did I come back? I came back for my dad's birthday, so that would have been, not. That was in the. It was nice out, kind of nice out. It was like August.
Oh yeah, we were outside the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, we're totally missed.
I just forgot when my dad's birthday was.
Okay, so it was like a year and a half ago. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because we hung out and then we were like, we gotta like fucking FaceTime. We really do because we talked about it before that. And I'm like, we need to like and then we would hang out and start FaceTiming, and then we were like, let's do a thing.
Yeah.
And then we started doing a thing in December.
Yeah, that is so funny. That's the real deep lore. We talk about how we don't talk about this, but like, I think
the truth of the matter is we would have been doing this regardless.
Yeah, like, but it's funny. Like the first episode of the Pinemen or whatever, didn't we like not upload it, or like we forgot to record it or something like that?
I watched the official first episode of the Pinemen the other day, and the first thing we talk about is how there's like a 4-hour episode that didn't get recorded.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the reason I'm bringing that up is because the real lost episodes are the months leading up to that, where it was like, it would be like that was when the anxiety was at the peak, right? I mean, because when I would talk to you, I don't know why I'm saying this all online. I'm not embarrassed about it. I mean, it's just the reality. It's like I literally used to like when we used to talk like and stuff. We would like, because we hung out that one time and we were like, yeah, let's start doing like video chats. We were even saying like maybe we could figure out a way to like jam over like Discord or something like that. Like
we tried that once. It was very hard.
Yeah, it is hard because of the delay, obviously. But it was like we kept having to be like, okay, you say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll play off your count so that it accounts for the delay and stuff like that. We kind of figured out a way, but it was not good at all. But like I used to when we used to do that, I would be like I was never just like sitting at my computer chair talking to you. I would either be like walking around the neighborhood because I'm like, I just needed to get out of the house. I need to walk around or something. And it would always be like at like 11 o'clock or midnight when everyone else was asleep. Or sometimes I would be like, just like on my, like once I got my laptop, I think I was like, oh no, I was on my phone still. Yeah, I would just do it on my phone and just be like laying in bed. And I'm just like, I'm just not getting out of bed. I'm just going to like do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, when we first started talking, it was always on your phone. You would be cruising around.
Yeah.
That was fun though. You'd go sit by the pool. Like,
Yeah, no, that was fun though. I mean, it clearly. I mean, that's why we're still doing it. You know.
yeah, but that was a big catalyst, and honestly, as we always have, continue to grow and change together.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
Definitely.
it's fucking awesome.
It is awesome, and it's
been a
so weird.
long-
It's like I actually love this right now. This is not even planned, but like honestly, I think there's just something about the time of year, whatever it may be, just reminiscing, talking about the past year.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? It's like, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been an interesting year. This one
Yeah.
specifically. Like and you can it's wild too because my life has changed in kind of drastic ways.
Yeah.
And like seeing that all kind of unfold in like in the videos and like what my backgrounds are is
Mhm.
cool. And I like
Yeah.
it. You know?
No, it's gonna
like
be
I can remember what was going on all the time in like my personal life by watching like our videos.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's
Even though like I
cool.
don't talk about it very much in there, but like
Right, but yeah.
it's interesting. It's like this is. I'm like gonna loop back to what I said earlier. I'm so proud of us for doing this. It's such a. I'm so happy that like, honestly, even if no one ever watches these or cares about it, I will.
Are you kidding me?
You know?
Once in a while, I think last week I was like, I put on an episode. I actually put on the episode and forgot to turn off autoplay on YouTube, and I woke up to another episode. You know what I mean?
There
It
you
must have been
go.
playing
There
all
you
night.
go.
I was juicing our views. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Actually,
But like
that's probably 3 episodes, a full night's sleep. Every
Yeah.
episode's like 3 hours long. No, they're like 2
I
hours
know.
now.
I know that for a fact that everyone has done this or does it often, but they go and look at their old Instagram or Facebook post or whatever, and just think about life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
And now we have 3 hour reminders of exactly what we were talking about and thinking about at that time.
Right. In
More like detailed
excruciating
fucking life.
detail. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had this thought maybe like a year or two ago, like outside of this, of like, damn, like people don't really take like home videos anymore.
Hmm.
Like, you know, they take videos on their phone and stuff, and that's cool, but they're like short. And I remember like my home videos, it's like long shot. It's not just
Right.
like clips down to like the cute moment. It has
Right.
like my mom yelling for us to like
Exactly.
look and like scan around the room, and like you see someone just like kind of tired, like sitting on a couch.
Yes.
It's like there's so much more detail to it than just
Yeah.
like, because nowadays it's just the cute moment that happened with the kid.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
you don't have like the Eric.
Yep.
But like all of those like extra bits add so much more layers to like being able to remember what things were like.
You're
And it's kind
absolutely
of-
right.
It's negative, I think, at the end of the day, to like all like the social media fucking thing of like only the best things are captured.
Oh, 100%.
Like it's like nice to
yeah.
have the shit and the weird
That's what I
like the human interactions that happen around the stuff, and not like just
the
like
product
just me looking
that you
it's
want
just
to
me looking
release. Like,
perfect.
yeah.
And like that's why like I liked the when Kevin was making those clips, they were clips still, but they were like, it was most of the beef, it was all beef footage, like nothing was
Right. The whole
it was
thing
like-
was just
like
the
sometimes, like,
outtakes, basically.
we're in like some of our like worst moods and places in the videos, and it's like,
right.
all right,
You have
it's real.
one video is our friend literally sitting on the ground in Brooklyn on a busy midday time when with people everywhere, just sitting on the sidewalk, not the curb, not just on the sidewalk, just crying.
Oh yeah,
And honestly, at the time, I was like, "Damn, why is he acting like this?" But now I'm like, remember when I said I was drinking coffee and then I laid
Yeah.
in the bed and was like, "Please God, help me!" Like that's exactly how he was acting, except he was like
Yeah.
in the middle of the street, like sidewalk, not the middle, but you
Yeah.
know what I mean. But and all that stuff, and like just. Yeah, I don't know. I love the fact that those videos exist too. I mean, it goes with what you were saying. Like you get to look back and be like, "Oh my God, that's what it was like back then." Yeah, I remember like that night. I remember what we were doing like around that time. Like, you know what I mean? You remember like, you know, who you're like hanging out with a lot, who you're like, you know, it's kind of what phases you're going through and stuff. It's
yeah,
just
and it's
cool.
I think it's a good thing though too to like see yourself in a real way.
Yeah.
Then rather than like pretend like you're always at your best.
Yeah, absolutely. I was
Yeah,
gonna
like,
say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I like that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I was gonna say, well, in a lot of the clips that Kevin has made, or whatever, it's like I view it as like, I don't know. I remember.
I wonder. Hold on. I wonder if we could hire him to make clips for us.
I mean, probably, but I don't know. I mean, like,
I would gladly throw him enough money for. I give him like $20. Kevin, if you're watching this, which I know you're not, I give you $20, man, per video.
Oh, it's actually funny. I'm pretty sure I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would feel weird. I don't know, but all I know is he did mention a while back, like,
He might just do it for fun, honestly.
Yeah, could be. A while back.
If we do like what I was doing with Twitch and like clip them down to like sections,
yeah,
I feel like he would make them funny.
I could see him doing that.
Yeah,
I need to hang
he's got
out
a
with
good.
him. I'm actually excited.
I texted him the other day, and I didn't respond to him. I'm a strange man. I texted. I was thinking about him. I was just like, I miss you, man. How you doing? Or I was like, what? I think I said, what the fuck is up?
Oh, there we go.
I miss you. Yeah, but I would like to. He should get on here. He should be involved one day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. I was like just thinking about this the other day. I'm gonna build a new PC after 10 years of this one, and I don't know. I'm just gonna use that as a good excuse to be like, hey man, you want to help me put this thing together? Because he actually put this one together. So.
Oh, nice.
Yep, back in
10 years ago.
Yep. I guess it was not 10, right? I guess it was
21?
2013, I think. Maybe it was 9 years, whatever.
9 years ago. That's basically 10 years ago.
I think it was that. Yeah, it was definitely either that or 2012. I think it was 2013. But yeah. So I haven't even talked to him about this yet. I'm just creating this plan in my head and, whatever.
Well, I'll clip this and I'll send it to him.
Yeah. And I figure it'll be a good reason to go hang out with him at his apartment or something like that too.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin's awesome. I miss that man.
Yeah.
This is the time of year, honestly, usually when like I like always like in the past would always like reconnect all big time with all you guys.
Yeah.
Like I feel like we'd always like be on Long Island, and we'd all like
You're so right.
Christmas Eve. We'd like
Yes.
hang out at night or something. We'd like do
Yes.
something.
You're so right.
We'd,
Like so
do some
many of
family
like
stuff, and then like I used to invite you guys over too a lot. Kevin
Yeah.
come over for Christmas Eve a bunch of times.
Oh my god, I remember one time. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. But I mean, I feel weird using people's names. So like, our friend Matt, but not probably the first one you're thinking of. Yeah, like.
Oh, okay.
Like I've known him for years or whatever. I haven't talked to him in many years now. But
also a B, different B.
Wait, what's his? No.
Oh, not that one.
No.
Give me a hint.
S.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I love that man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was having a Christmas Eve party or whatever at my house. My parents were, and my aunt and uncle were over or whatever. And next thing I know, he's at my house. We were in the middle of playing some like not board game, but it was like a Pictionary type game kind of thing where you have to draw something. It was like a combination of like telephone. Like you had to like tell the next person what to draw, and then you have to draw it. It's like everyone gets to tell the next, like someone gets a card, and then they tell someone next to them.
Oh, okay.
This is what it is. They describe what they're supposed to draw, and then they keep telling it down the thing.
Without like saying it, probably.
Right, but no. I think they can just describe it however they want. But like, the idea is that by the end of it, odds are the person's going to draw something completely different. Like, say it says like draw a T-Rex with like a hat on. You know what I mean?
You can't say draw a T-Rex with a hat on.
No, I think you can.
Oh.
But the point is that it's just like a silly game where like then you go down the line. I could be completely wrong. It might not even that might not have even been the game. I could be completely making this up. I don't remember exactly what the game was, but I think it was that. I'm almost positive it was that. And the idea is that like by the end of it, but after people tell them like, because the first person will say like, draw a dinosaur with a hat, and then they tell the person like, oh, it's like just draw a dinosaur or whatever, and then the next, and then the next person might be like, oh, it's like a something like that. I forget. I don't know.
You're all
Whatever.
working on the same drawing?
Right, but it's like the point is that like by the end, someone and then people screw with each other, and then like you get one person who has like a little baby in a diaper or something like that. I'm playing with my aunt and uncle and stuff. I'm not saying this is like the most riveting, joyous thing that's ever been done, but like
it sounds reasonably fun.
No, but the point of the story is that he came to pick me up. I've never even hung out with him one-on-one before, and
yes, I sent him to you. I think,
right. He came to pick me up to bring me to your house, and I was like, yo, I'm just in the middle of like this game. I kind of feel rude
he came in
leaving.
and
He's
played
like, I'll
for a
hang
while.
out. And he played, and we were in there for like 45 minutes playing, and he was having a great time laughing, like cracking jokes with my aunt and stuff. It was awesome.
Yeah. I missed that man too.
Yeah.
Me and him were pretty close for like a while. And
no, definitely.
I always loved hanging out with him. Yeah.
So many of the times, there was like definitely a phase where like so many of the times of hanging out in Brooklyn, like he would just be there with us, obviously, and like.
Oh yeah, there was a period where we would just like me and him would just go get drinks together.
Yeah, and then especially
Hang
with
out.
skating, obviously that's a big thing, and then even like I don't know, like he's been at Whiskey Tavern multiple times with us and stuff like that.
Yeah,
with you there.
he
and
would be
stuff.
like, "What are you up to?" And I'd be like, "Come by."
Yeah. But he was.
I used to
always
love. I would always bring him with me to like stuff too. Like, if I was like going somewhere, I'd be like, "Yeah, Matt, you want to come?" Yeah, we'd like show up at random spots. It's great.
Yeah, I've never had
That's
a bad
another man that
interaction with him.
I need to interact with.
Yeah.
I gotta text
Cool.
that boy.
Yeah, man.
Life is good, man. I'm lucky to say that I've had a lot of really cool people in my life.
Yeah, I definitely agree
You know?
with that, and I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to have that. You know what I mean? It's so weird that people.
That would be a fun person to catch up with too. I'm sure. I think he still lives in Brooklyn.
Matt, that's the thing. This is another hard thing. It's like I still I was talking about how I don't feel comfortable talking to people I don't know that well. Like, technically I've known him since high school, technically. And if I saw him, he would 100% know who I am, and we'd be able to talk about a bunch of funny stuff. But I can't imagine in a million years just like being like, yo, what up, man? You want to hang out? Like, I can't imagine doing that. But that's just me. It's not because of him. I can't imagine doing that with almost anybody. You know what I mean? It's just so I need to break out of that,
I know it's tough getting out of your shell, but get out of the shell.
I know.
Because then see it's a domino effect of things, and as soon as you do it, you're gonna be like, damn, I should have done this sooner.
I know. But you know what? Honestly, to be like really like, what I'm realizing also is just like, I'm just kind of going at my own pace. You know what I mean? I'll do it. You know what I mean? Not that you're pressuring me. I'm just saying like I spent so much time pressuring myself, and I felt like everybody else was pressuring me, and I'm like, why am I under so much pressure? This is insane. I'm going through a lot. You know what I mean? Like, and I really actually genuinely was. It's not like actually, but like, it's like, I don't know. Just, I don't know. It's like,
I mean, I have this weird thing where like if someone tells me to do something, guess what?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it.
Right, and then there's like a cool down period. It's like I need to put distance between the time that you told me to do it and when I decide on my own to do it. So,
I might never do it.
Right, and if you remind me to do it too often, that's just
never gonna
delaying
happen.
it. Yeah, like it's like the
Just
worst
don't
thing
talk
you could
about
do
that thing.
is like remind me to do something once a week, because like I need a week between you telling me to do it and me doing it. I just don't want to do it. Right, I'm exaggerating. It's not like it's like I don't actually have that rule, but that's
Depends
just
on what it is. It
That's
depends
the
on
way
what
it
it
plays
is,
out every time. I gotta admit, you know, like.
Well, it's like,
But,
because it's we'll move on from that, but it's very stressful.
But anyway, my point, what I wanted to say, because I feel like this is like a huge thing. Actually, you know what? Let's do a little moment of positive self-talk right here towards me.
Okay.
By me. All right. At the end of the day, I have spent the past probably 3, 4, possibly years of my life just, like I've been talking about this whole episode, like feeling super anxious a lot of the time, and I'm even downplaying it right now. I mean, if I were to describe exactly how I felt, it would be like, oh god. But I don't know. I just I've started to look at things like just see, this is kind of a good thing that I've taken away from what we started talking about in the very beginning. That whole thing of just like, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to be anything. You don't have to be something like this. And I always thought, like, when I was in like the deepest, darkest places, I would always think like, I need to, I need to become this. I need to change and become like more like this, and then I'll be happy, and then I'll be able to be, just fulfilled in my life or whatever it may be. But it's like, once I just accepted that, like, it is a big deal for me to like go to the grocery store and buy like real food and like bring it home and actually put it in the fridge, and then like, that's a big deal for me. Not right now, but like at the time it really, really, really was. Like, it was a big deal for me to like, whatever, I don't want to be gross, but like sometimes I felt too overwhelmed to even take a shower or something like that. Not that I wouldn't shower for weeks or anything like that, but I mean, I would skip a day when maybe I probably should have showered. But it's like, just feeling like I couldn't do anything. And I'm thinking, oh my god, I'm supposed to be out there in the real world earning like, I don't know, cost of living. I got to make like at least like $120,000 a year, and I got to like have a mortgage, and I can never miss like, if I get fired from my job, I'm going to lose everything. What do I do? Like, oh my god, I can't do this. I can't even take a shower. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then, and literally, I used to be like, the moment like, one of the huge things was realizing like, I'm too stressed to like play video games. I'm too lazy, not lazy, but like overwhelmed to play a video game, because I'm thinking about, that means I got to sit in my computer chair. I got to be like, even when we first started doing this, I used to say to you, like, I can't do it at my desk because I feel too trapped. Like, I can't just sit at my desk. So I used to just be on my laptop, and I would like, I remember when I first got my laptop before we did I would just be walking around with the laptop, like, because I couldn't sit still, but I also couldn't, like, I don't know, it was crazy. But my thing is, the point is, like, I just came to realize, like, I used to think like, wow, I kind of like did a lot today. I don't know. I went outside and like did a little gardening. I like did a little, I played a little guitar. And I would think like, oh, but that's nothing. But then I started to realize, no, that is a lot for me. So let me just accept that. And then once I just started accepting that, everything just felt doable again. Nothing felt too overwhelming, because I'm like, I'm just taking baby steps. It's all good. And now my situation is a lot better than it was back then, like by like miles. So, and it all happened by just accepting that. I know this sounds so stupid and like total, like, I don't know a better word to use, even though this is like total like Twitch chat thing, but it's like, this kind of sounds like total copium right now. But like, you know what that means?
It's copium.
What?
Yes, I know about copium.
Okay. All right. So, oh yeah, you watch stuff. Yeah. So I'm like, so yeah, I know it kind of sounds like copium right now, but like, I swear to God, being like, just playing like World of Warcraft a little bit, like when I was ready to play or whatever, like I swear, like it genuinely has like, I'm not saying it's single-handedly or even, it's just doing things that I feel ready to do that I was not ready to do in the past. You know what I mean? Like, just being able to sit there and just sit down in a place and say, I'm going to do this thing. And then do it and focus on it for more than like 5 minutes without like freaking out. And then actually like having a goal, and then you achieve the goal, even though it's just stupid little stuff in the game. But it starts with that. And then it becomes, now next thing you know, I'm like, oh man, why don't I just, one of my guitar pedals is like buzzes and stuff. Why don't I just like see what's wrong with it and try to see if I could tighten anything and fix it? Like, I've been putting that off for like 2 years. It took me 30 seconds to do, but I just felt like, I can do this. Why am I not doing this? I'll do this. You know what I mean? Whereas, so just the difference is looking at stuff that felt overwhelming in the past and looking at it now, it's just like, this is 2 seconds. I'm not even going to think about it, Yeah. So, even though I'm not out there crushing it in life, it's like, I'm personally feeling like I've made huge steps. So that's all that matters. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that, I mean, that's all that. That's what I said. All you can do is just like you can just do what you can,
Mm-hmm.
and it's true. And as long as like it's good to have a goal in mind, kind of like, or like to conceptualize the type of person that you would like to be, or like be honest with yourself, truly, because for a lot of people's lives and mine included, you're conceptualizing what you're supposed to be, and then you're like kind of like rebelling against that idea in little ways, and like putting like obstacles in your own way to becoming what you think you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Versus like being truly honest about what you actually want to be and what you actually want to be doing. And so that realizing that is like a big first step. And then once you realize that, and you allow yourself to be like, I didn't actually ever want to do that. I just felt like that's what you're supposed to do.
That's pretty much that's the other thing. That's like another factor of it. Realizing that at, I consider it a late, it's funny because like I thought of it as like, I realized it too late that's what I was doing. You know what I mean? Everything I was doing was just because I thought like, well, this is what you're supposed to do. And I just want to, above all else, I kind of want to like not be like a total like fuck up of a human being. So like I'm supposed to do this stuff. So I guess I have to do it. Mm-hmm. Never did I think like, I never gave any value to like, I don't want to do that. Like, I just thought like, well, I don't want to do it because there's something wrong with me. I'm supposed to want to do this stuff, but there's something severely wrong with me that makes me not want to do it. So I need to change myself. You know what I mean? But then, now I'm just like,
you just gotta force it. You gotta force yourself to
I used
do
to treat
stuff that you
everything like that. Everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's so weird. Meanwhile, and then you wonder why. It's like, I was thinking about this recently. It's like, I don't think, I don't know. I wonder how similar some of our, and specifically I think the people in my grade, like the people that I was friends with when I met you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
Like, how common those experiences are for a lot of people when they're in school. Like, what I'm getting at is like, I don't mean to sound like all like, oh, yeah, man, I'm like, whatever. But it's like, I don't know another way to say this. It's just like the level of like, what would you even call it? Like authority issues that like me specifically speaking for myself, and like it seems like almost everyone that we've been friends with, like, is just so bizarre. Like, I just can't believe some of the stuff that we used to do when we were younger. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just even, and then I look at it. Okay, sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained right now trying to piece this together. My point is kind of like seeing the way that I was in like middle school and high school and stuff like that. Just like, kind of like what you said, like if someone tells you to do something, you're just not doing it. You know what I mean? But like doing that throughout school and stuff like that. And I never really got in trouble or anything like that because I would do it like just kind of like, I would purposely do things that you can't really get in trouble for. Like if I hated my teacher, I wouldn't like do anything bad. I would just like, when I don't know, I would see her in the hallway and I would like pretend like I was running to my class, like I was late, and just like purposely fall and like act like I got hurt, but not actually like act hurt. Just like, you know what I'm talking about? Did you know us when we used to do stuff like that? Like, that was more of a middle school thing.
Big.
That was like a middle school thing. This is when I was like probably 13. Like, and we would like joke, we would like fall down the stairs and stuff like that in front of like, we hated like the vice principal, Patty. We called him Patty. Yeah. His name was Patrick, but not that there's any, whatever. But like, it was like, I don't know. Like we would just like fall down the stairs in front of him and stuff like that to try to just get him to freak out because we did like, because what are you going to do? I'm going to get in trouble because I fell down the stairs. You know what I mean? Like, and stuff like that. It's just so weird. Like, and then I look back to my previous jobs and stuff like that. And it was, I 100% of the time was like, just considered to be like not serious and stuff like that. And it's like, I can't believe that I'm ever gonna, I used to think like, oh, there's something wrong with me. I need to get serious. I need to start being like, someone who wants to be a good, hardworking employee who just wants to, climb the company ladder and stuff. I used to think that like years ago, but it's like, now I'm just like, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, that's a huge difference. I mean, honestly, I can relate 100%. But and this is the fucking the job thing is a perfect example. My whole life, I have done jobs that I don't like because I'm like, I gotta make money. Like, we've talked about it forever, since we've started this podcast and stuff. But like, when your work, what was that? How we actually have a clip of it and everything. It's like when like how you see yourself and your work are not like aligned. What the fuck is the quote?
Alienation.
It's when you're alienated from your whatever it was. We have a clip. I think it's a Marx quote.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, but the idea of like the work that you do is your literal expression as a human being into this world, and not having any connection to that means that you don't really have a connection to most of the time that you spend on this earth. You know what I mean? Like,
got it. Thank you. And the difference the difference in just the way that I feel about myself generally has shifted so much from doing something that I like feel proud of to an extent. Like I like the place that I work. I like the people that I work for, and I like my work.
That's
that's
a pretty
I've
good
never
deal.
had that before in my life.
That's a pretty good deal. Yeah.
And when you have all those things, like, I used to hate when people would ask me what I do.
Right.
Now I don't give a shit. I'm happy to be like, oh, I'm a cook. It's like it feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It just feels good. It feels like I know why I like it.
Yeah.
Like it's hands-on and fun and like it means something.
Yeah. I mean,
to do it. And it means something to do it well, especially at I could see like working at a place that you don't care about.
Right.
And being like, I don't give a shit about this food. I don't give a shit about any of this. You're just fucking beat down. I get that. That's the thing that can happen to people. But like, when you care about the place that you work and you care about the people that you work for, it's like you want to make, and you care about yourself and like,
yeah.
Dude, the other day, somebody told me that the burger that I made for them was the best burger that they've had in Portland. And they've been living here for 5 years.
Oh my God, nice.
And I said, thank you. But it just felt so, because that's the point.
Yeah.
That's what I want to make. Every time that I make a burger, I want it to be the best burger that person's had ever. That's a big thing to ask, but like that's what I'm shooting for.
Yeah, I mean, what more?
Yeah.
And
I'm telling you, when you find work that truly, I don't get paid great. I get paid enough. I'm not struggling. I could find a job that pays me more money, but it would not be. I don't think it would be as satisfying as the feeling of just like making a good looking fucking sandwich for somebody, putting it out there, and then seeing them eat it and seeing them have a good fucking time.
That's awesome.
Because I am somebody who loves food, and I know what it feels like to get a shitty meal.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to look at my plate and be like, oh, they did not care about this at all.
Yeah. Definitely. That
but
happens.
yeah, so it changes a lot real quick when you start doing something that means something to you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really relate, but I'm hoping to find that one day.
Yeah, I'm surprised, and I've said this to you. I don't think I've said it on here, but never in a million years, if you said you want to work in the service industry, but I've been like, that sounds like something for me.
Yeah,
I used to be so gross. This is all fucking lines up because I used to be so grossed out by people that the idea of like touching somebody's plate after they were done eating, or their silverware or napkins, grossed me out so much that I'm like, that's disgusting. I would never. I don't want to work around. I don't want to work with people's bodies.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah. I
will fucking clean plates. I don't give a shit. I pick up forks that are dirty. I just clean it. It's not a big deal. I don't give a shit. I feel very comfortable in the space. I feel very comfortable doing that. It's not gross to me. Even
That's
like
great.
Excess food matter used to gross me out too. You know, like in like a sink. I just swipe it with my hands, pick it up, throw it in the garbage. It's like
yeah, I'm not that good with that stuff, to be honest.
I don't care because I know the food that I'm working with. It's like It's like
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
a good point,
It's
yeah.
almost like painting and stuff, right? Paint like if you don't want to people who aren't artists, right? You don't want to get like paint all over you.
Right.
But when you're working with your material and stuff, it's like it feels very natural to just be involved in it.
That's true. Yeah.
Use my
Yeah,
verbiage.
yeah. Like these days, I would never. These days, well, once again, this has to do with the anxiety, but like for a long time there, it was like, yeah, I was cutting carrots, and I got a tiny cut on my finger. I literally was freaking out in my mind, like I was gonna die. I was like, oh my god, it's gonna get infected, and I'm gonna have my arm amputated and stuff like that. When we used to skate every day, all day, I would literally have
That's
open
different.
wounds with visible dirt all up in it, and I would just literally go around and not. The thought of disinfecting or washing it never crossed my mind once, because it was just
It's like I'll take
this
a
is
shower
just
later.
normal. Yeah, it was just normal. But now I'm so not used to it that I'm like, oh, what if like a fungal what if like a parasite goes in there and like
Yeah, but this is part of it too, right? Because when you're skateboarding, right, there's like you kind of feel an ownership of like the land. Like
yeah, I honestly know what you mean in a weird way. I think
yeah, like
I know
the
what
city,
you mean.
like everything becomes part of like who you are.
Yeah.
So like mixing like your blood with the earth and like or like the concrete or the city feels very regular.
Yeah.
Versus like this is the thing. Wow, this is the thing, man. Because that is something that definitely like even when I like it's like there's a parallel there. Like yeah, I think like part of the thing that probably helped me cope with like the other people thing, right, is realizing that there's not really any connection between me and them.
Okay.
I'm not grossed out by just simply other people because it's not like a bubble. Like because like and this goes like well, like with anything, it's like something's penetrating like your like safe space almost, and then that becomes like it's like an infectious natural.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I see what you mean.
Right?
Yeah.
So like skateboarding and like that you're at a spot and you fall. It's like this is my space. I'm
Right,
I'm
yeah,
taking up
that's-
all of this space. So
Right.
like that's already part of you.
Yeah,
Whatever piece of glass is now stuck in your hand that's already was part of you before it got into you.
Right. Like it's just like no, it's so true. Like
And I feel like that was a good thought.
yeah, no, it's super interesting. Like thinking about like I don't know. We had homes and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's not like we grew up like totally on the it's not like we grew up on the streets where we had no place
To
to
be fair,
go.
we grew up on the street.
Right, but not because like
In the literal sense,
what?
or in not the in the metaphorical sense.
Not in the medical. Not in the metaphor.
Not in the literal sense, because we literally grew up in multiple different places. But like where we actually are evolving was out on the street.
Yeah. And what I mean by that is like, yeah, exactly. I'm saying it's like, think about like, I don't know, like, would you, at any point in your life, would you ever just like lay down on the ground of like a mall food court, like just lay on the ground and just like lay there casually, like with your like this? Like you would never do that, right?
No.
But would you do that in the parking lot at like Wendy's? You probably have many times. You know what I mean? Like, like not that you're laying on the ground, but I mean you're rolling around on the ground. You know what I mean? And like,
you're involved.
Right,
You're
and then
on the ground.
you hurt your ankle or whatever, and you kind of just like fall on the ground and lay there, and you're not like, oh no, all the germs are getting on me. You know what I mean? It's like, but at the end of the day, it's like we used to just skate there all the time, and it's like it's normal.
Yeah.
What? But I would
Yeah.
never do that. Like, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like part of me now too, like kind of enjoys like embracing the other a lot more than I did.
Okay.
With skateboarding is
That's
a thing
probably
because
a good
that's part of it too. But like I used to have all kinds of shit with like sharing drinks with people and stuff too. Like obviously it's all kind of goes together,
Yeah.
But then like I don't think about that stuff that much anymore. And like
Yeah.
especially with like friends or whatever, it's like I don't mind being involved in your germs. It's not a big deal. It's like
Yeah, that's a funny concept because you're like a germaphobe who won't share drinks. Meanwhile, it's like, I don't know, like, I don't, like, there was a lot of, what would you call it? guys jamming out, partying. Arms are getting thrown around each other, smooches on the cheeks, maybe some lips.
Oh, yeah, but that was
maybe
that
lips
was-
make contact at some point. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. No, that definitely happens.
you
But,
can't
but
account for all that.
yeah, no, I think my bubble for acceptance has gotten wider.
I got you.
You know,
yeah, okay,
and that's cool. And I feel like that's a good thing overall.
yeah, definitely. Because that's
Because I want everyone to be involved.
right. That's really the end goal. It's like get as many people involved as humanly possible and become involved. Get involved. I love that. I'm gonna be saying that now.
Yeah, get involved. Like, yeah, it's you got to get involved, man. Get involved in as much as you can. It's good. It's learning. It's life. It's important. Keep getting involved.
Yeah, coming from a person
You know,
who
if you
just
see
described
something that you even think about getting involved, then get involved.
Yeah, it's
Ask questions. See what's up. Touch another person. Welcomed. Touch.
consensually.
Shake multiple hands. Meet people. Touch them. You know.
Become one with the particles of others.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your particles are lonely.
Yeah. The particles.
Yeah. There are particles, but I don't think about them anymore.
That's poetic. You accept and acknowledge that the particles are still there, but you're just not thinking about it.
Yeah. I don't mind the particles. I mean, you only live one time. I'd rather get involved with the particles and make a mistake and die from the particles than to not get involved with the particles at all.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I no longer fear, like, Eric got involved in particles and now he's dead.
And he deserves it
proud.
because he should have known better.
Proud.
Yeah.
Getting involved in particles.
Yeah.
I want to get involved in as many particles as not all particles, but most particles I'm down with.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god.
But there
That's
is something
awesome.
to that, and it's like, you know, it evens out over time. But like, you know, part of like, and goes back to like the rebellious aspect of like feeling trapped by yourself, you know, because then like, for example, you get drunk and then you act aggressively the opposite way,
Sure,
but then you become sober and you have anxiety about the way that you acted when you were acting out against.
Right. Yeah. No, totally. I've definitely experienced that many times.
And I promise you, nowadays, for me, this is because I'm in Brooklyn, man. Because I used to do that. You used to do it. We definitely all did that. You get drunk, and then you're like, finally, I'm free from the shackles that bound me to myself.
Yep.
And you wake up the next day, and you're like, damn. I shared a drink with that person. I didn't know them, or like all
Right.
these like little things. Like I said that, and I
Right.
don't know how they're gonna feel about that.
Right. For me, it's always that. It's just like, oh my god, I was just openly talking to that guy. He knows the thoughts that go on in my head. Meanwhile, it's like I'm talking to him about
He
like
knows that I
normal
exist
stuff. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's normal stuff, but it's still like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say that. Oh my god, that's not who I am. I'm
Yeah.
not supposed to be that person. I'm not supposed to
Yep.
talk about my feelings. I'm supposed to be like, no, I'm good. How you doing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good one, buddy. Like, not that I ever
Yeah.
acted like that, but
I need to be
practically.
sitting silently in a room,
Yeah. I need to be like
judging
totally.
other people.
Right. I
I
need
need
to
to be judging other people, not being judged by them.
right.
Christ, what am I doing?
How else am I supposed to know that I'm good enough and better than them, in fact, if I'm not putting myself up against them and seeing how I'm acting morally and, you know, just generally superior to them in all ways? Not that I actively
now-
thought of it that way, but at the end of the day, I think that's what's going on in the back of our minds sometimes
Oh,
when
yeah.
we're
And
we're
now
not aware of it. What?
Absolutely. It is exactly what's going on in our minds. But I just want to finish the point by saying nowadays it rarely, if ever, happens where I wake up the next day feeling anxious about the night before. Even if I get I never really get extremely intoxicated, but it does happen once in a while.
Yeah.
And even after those nights, I still wake up and I'm like, well, I feel
Yeah.
nothing.
It's
I
so
don't feel
weird.
bad about. I feel like because I think like it's like that's the thing with drinking too, right? When you have that disconnect between who you are and who you want to be, aren't lined up.
Yep.
Then when you drink excessively, you become the person that you want to be, but it doesn't relate to the person or like whatever you
Right.
feel free enough.
You
to,
think
Oh,
you're
you're also aggressively expressing it because you feel like resentment against yourself, and you're kind of like sabotaging slightly because you're maybe
Yeah.
like being more aggressive than you'd want to be, or whatever the fuck
Yeah.
it is.
And
But
by
when you can
aggressive,
line
I
those
mean,
things up,
yeah. I think by
Or, like,
aggressive, you don't mean
people
like
like-
literally like aggressive on people.
there
but
are
you mean,
some people who do that.
Right. But when I'm talking
But
about
I'm not
this,
talking-
I'm
not
talking
talking
more
directly
like, yeah, I'm talking more just like aggressively being open to say things that I normally wouldn't. Just like talk
It
about
depends on the
myself,
yeah.
like or talk to, period. You know, like
Yeah, it depends on the person though and stuff too. Like some people, you know,
no, some
what-
people
yeah.
start smashing a
Oh, yeah.
baseball bat into a windshield or something. You know, like
Yeah, because they feel so fucking caught up in whatever, like they're or pressed down by whatever the fuck their life is, that when they
Yeah.
get wasted, they take out all of that rage on stuff because they finally feel free to do it.
definitely see that to be the case.
It's very important to align who you think you are and who you are into one thing.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
my
why
that's my
not?
messaging for that tangent there.
Yeah.
Damn, I loved that. I loved that.
Yeah,
that was a good.
nice.
I liked that.
Yeah, no,
That's important information,
cool.
man. Seriously.
It is. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, I wish I could be. Even this. Why am I judging myself? I was about to say I wish I could be more of like a person who practices what I preach, but like I said before,
You just start. Just start.
we're making the steps. We
Slow
really
and
are.
steady.
Yeah,
Slow and steady, man.
and it's
Just every day you act a little more in line with what you want to be doing. Like, I mean, honestly, like I've told you a million times, I'm so proud of you for getting into fucking plants, because that feels like something that is in line with you that nobody told you to do.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, hell yeah.
You know, and you're involved. You're deeply involved.
Literally. 'Cause
Yeah.
they grow in the earth. It's deep.
Oh yeah, you had to dig a hole and everything.
Yeah. I'm going subterranean. I planted potatoes. I took 2 potatoes, put them in the ground, and then came back like 3 months later. Maybe it was longer than that, probably. And there were like 10 potatoes in the ground. What the hell? How did that happen? You explain that.
I gotta tell you, if by this summer, like I would love to have a fucking plant segment going on.
All right, I think we can make this
Once a
happen.
week would be like a 5-minute video of just talking about plants.
Yeah. Because
You
this
know,
was
I
an
feel like-
original plan. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
I
I
think-
feel like that would be a good time.
I'm once again, like, you know, I'm starting to actually feel like, first of all, sometimes I actually want to do stuff, so that's a big
good. That's
improvement. So, and the greatest thing that's been going on, this is a very recent development. When I want to do stuff, I usually actually do it now. So,
Damn.
maybe not
That is
usually,
good.
but it's like 50-50. Half the time I do it. So,
I mean, that's better than nothing.
right, and it used to be nothing. So,
Yeah.
now I can see myself actually doing that. And also I'm like, I don't know, I don't know, I'm like literally just having the most candid conversation right now, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's like I do genuinely see, like, I just like myself more now. So I'm like, I'm kind of getting back. Maybe not. I hate saying like getting it back or going back to this because I want to look forward, but
Yeah, you're becoming.
right. I'm getting to a point that I used to feel like I had this going on, but I don't know. I think it was built on a house of cards as a foundation or whatever the expression is. I don't know. But now I feel like I'm actually genuinely starting to kind of get to the point of like, well, I don't think I'm like crazy or weird or like bad or anything like that. So if someone else does, they just don't get me. And that's all right. That doesn't make me bad. That just means they don't get me.
Yeah.
Okay. I can live with that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's like, it feels like that's like such a huge thing instead of being like, because seriously, for years, it would be like if someone thinks I'm bad or pathetic, not that anyone ever told me that, but like I just always thought everyone was thinking it. I would feel like my reaction in my mind was just like, well, they're right. I mean, I am pathetic. The thing is, they just figured it out, and now I'm embarrassed.
Mhm.
If they realized how pathetic I am. But now I'm like, if someone thinks I'm pathetic, it's like, the hell? I can't imagine
Yeah.
going up to a random dude and being like, you're pathetic. You know what I mean? Even though,
Yeah, right.
you know, maybe when we were like in high school, not a random dude or anything.
Yeah. No, it's good that you have thought about this and realized it, because it is. It's like it's your life.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
yours. And
Right.
if people think it's a bad way to go about it, that says something about them.
Right.
Especially if you're like, I'm doing the thing that I want to be doing.
Right. In a weird way, the frustration has like really like made me feel almost like, I don't know. I think it just got to a point where it makes me feel, I just feel like I moved through it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I just see it. I mean, you know, not that I'm like eager to, I would never confront someone about this, but just in my own mind, it's like, you know, not that it has to be this way, but like, let's be real. Like, if some random person who doesn't really know you is concerned about the way you're personally choosing to live your life, and you're not hurting anybody, but they just have a problem with it, it's like, you're exactly what I'm like, what I would never want to be like. Like,
Yeah.
I cannot believe you're going around like, look at this guy doing that. You kidding me? I wouldn't do that. So how could he? It's like, okay, you're 6 years old. So congratulations. Go play with Legos or something like that and try not to choke on it or something. Like,
Yeah. Seriously, I said this a lot too. As long as the way, and this is true, I would feel this way about everybody. As long as the way that you are choosing to live your life doesn't get in the way of somebody else's way of living their life, you're good.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Don't step on someone else's good time, you know?
Actually. Absolutely right. That's the biggest, like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Not to mention, it's like, I don't know, like we said before, the voices we hear, you know, not literally, but like our inner voice of like,
Yeah.
you're not good enough. Why are you doing that? You're going to screw that up. What's wrong with you? Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to be around a person who acts like that. And I'm doing that to myself. Like, what the hell? Like, come on, let's not do that.
Exactly.
But it's just hard to control. But, you know,
You have to learn what's
work.
your voice and what's someone else's voice. That's
yeah.
the key. Like I was saying before, and it took me a long fucking time too, and it's still working on it. You had to still, you're always working on it.
Definitely still working on it.
Yeah.
But I don't know where this is from, but the phrase, I've heard people say this. It's just like, I don't even know what the phrase is, but just the idea that like, just awareness is by far the most important part. If you just have the awareness of the situation or like the issue or like just the fact that you're doing something that you'd like to change and you're aware of what it is that you're doing and kind of where it comes from, or like, you know, just even if you don't know where it comes from, if you're just aware that like, okay, I'm doing this thing and I don't have to be doing this. Like, I don't have to criticize myself, or I don't have to feel like I need to do this job or profession, or, you know, whatever, live in this neighborhood or something, you know, whatever it is. Like, just knowing that you don't actually have to do that is like 80% of the battle, I feel like, you know what I mean? Because that's just like, I don't know. So I feel like way more than half of people live their whole life without ever realizing that. They just think life is, these people are fucking assholes and I'm just trying to do this. Like, look at this. Like, you know what I mean? Just going around like pissed off, just like no awareness, no realization at any point in their whole life that, whoa, I'm really uptight over stuff. What is this? Why am I acting like this? You know, like.
Well, here's the interesting thing too, right? This is a new thing, kind of, right? It's always been a little bit of a thing, or I've thought about it a little bit, but it's become a real thing where like, don't apologize.
Okay.
Right. And like, when you take that to, it's like, don't just be a dick and move on. But like, instead of just being like, oh, I'm sorry, take that out of your vocabulary, and now like make amends, or like, you know, because then you're like paying attention to what you're doing and why, right? Because now you're like, you hurt someone's feelings. I'm sorry. What is that doing?
Yeah, I
Nothing.
agree.
But if you say, hey, listen, like, you said that and it made me feel like this, so then I said that, and you start breaking shit down, or you're like, yeah, I'm sorry, but like the way that you are, I'm not a fan of it. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
It could be anything.
Yeah,
it could be anything.
It could also
You know,
be, it could also be, you know, whatever. Instead of what you said, I was not a fan of it. It could be just like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, honestly, this is one thing I'm thankful for. I definitely do this, like, but yeah, like, it's like, you know, whatever. Like, you could just be like, just explain the misunderstanding a little bit and like try to get the other person.
Or like when you're like, oh, sorry, if you're like, well, sometimes you say it even with, you're like, oh, sorry, I'm talking so much.
And it's like, that's just my habit.
I know, but it's like, what I hear is like, I'm talking so much because I'm excited about what I'm talking about.
I love that.
It's like,
and that's why I hang out.
and like,
yeah, that's
and that's what you should say. Hey, I'm talking a lot because I'm excited. I hope that's cool.
yeah. I'm actually gonna try to do that. I'm really gonna try to remember that because I do that so much. Oh my god, I've been hearing that my whole life.
It doesn't do almost anything.
Multiple people in my life have called me out for saying, "Sorry, I'm saying sorry so much." Literally, I'm not even joking. Like it's just I feel just so like, God, oh my god, my existence is just a burden on people and like not. You know, I don't mean it like that. I just mean
you
like
become more and more yourself the less you apologize, because
yeah.
instead of being like you have that little like normative phrase to like get out of jail free card almost of like sorry sorry
Yeah,
it's
you're
like,
right. I never thought of it that way.
You have to address the thing.
Yeah, you're
now.
right.
You
right,
know?
like all those times where I would say like, "Sorry, I'm talking so much." Yeah, you're right. I could just say, "Oh my god, I'm just having a great time. I'm talking a lot right now," and I don't have to say sorry. I could either ignore.
I'm hyped on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I hope that's okay.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm having a lot of fun hanging out with you. I hope you're not offended by that.
Yeah. Or like, hey, listen, if you want room to talk, feel free to talk over me or like interject because
yeah.
I get like stuck going.
Yeah,
and
no,
that's
you're
cool.
so right. Yeah, I could just be like, cut me off at any time, and then just continue talking. That's it. You know, like,
yeah, exactly.
Actually, that offer stands. Yeah, that offer stands. Forever. So.
Oh, absolutely. But I know that.
Yeah, no, I know.
You know?
But that's the thing. A lot of it comes from saying sorry is less of. To be honest, it's so weird. I don't know. It's like when I say sorry so much, it's less to do with like. I actually think the other person is offended because I'm like, I know they're probably not, or I don't think I actually did anything wrong. It's more just my own like insecurity being like, oh my god, I kind of just like let myself slip a little bit right there. I was kind of talking a lot, and I'd rather say less this way. I don't say anything that's gonna make them hate me or think I'm stupid or pathetic or something. So it's like
you're trying to get in front of something,
right? So I'm just kind of like, oh, sorry, I was talking a lot because I'm just embarrassed about it, and I'm like, oh, I should.
Well, even
have
it's
done
funny,
that.
like growing up and stuff. Like people are like, oh, apologize for doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Right. But like the question really should be like, why did you do that? It's like, what happened?
Yep.
Yeah. What's going on? Why do you feel like you need to hit other children?
Right, exactly. By saying
or whatever.
I love
apologize to him.
Right, I love it when you.
Why
see
are you
these...
stealing his toy? Like, what do you feel like you don't have enough toys?
Right.
Like, what about that toy? Was he? Is
it something about the kid? Do you not like this kid? Did they do something to you? Is there a reason? No. But no, that doesn't make
bad.
sense.
It's a bad like I don't even know what the word would be for it, but like it's a bad way. Like I want to say conceptualization of like, but it's not really that. It's like it's a bad framework for like getting through life. Like 100%. Apologizing for stuff is like. It's like I feel bad that I feel bad that I hurt your feelings.
Right.
Fine. I feel bad that I hurt you. I wasn't trying to hurt you. I was expressing my own trauma.
Literally. Yo, oh my god. Oh my god, you just reminded me of something so much. This whole thing, this whole kind of theme here, unplanned, but we're just, we're talking a lot about this stuff. And it's like, that just reminded me so much. When I first started, I'm talking about the progress and the baby steps and stuff like that. When I first started to kind of really get that going, and I was like actually just doing like, I would just like go grab dinner with Billy once a week, once every 2 weeks. That was like the only thing I would really do. And that was like, my first little steps towards like kind of starting to hang out with people again. And it was like, on a regular basis. And what do you call it? I remember I was saying to him, like, because all this stuff was so new to me. And I was saying like, man, like, whatever. I'm like embarrassed because if other people see this, they don't know me that well. So it's like, but I'm kind of doing the thing right now. Whatever. It's all good. So I was saying like to him like how it's so weird how like just basically how like normal like kind of like how you said pretty much almost what you just said like how a little like a kid a parent will be like go say you're sorry. Like you're really teaching them like a valuable life lesson or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And it's
Apologize for your existence because
right.
you're not
say the word sorry and that makes it better. You don't have to actually think about what you did. You don't have to think about, or it'll be like, go to your room and think about what you did. Bro, like a 7-year-old is not going to be like,
how?
Oh my God, my lack of attention that I feel like I'm getting from my mother is really having an effect on me. And then it makes me want to lash out in ways that I feel like I would be unable to in my own home. No kid is thinking about that. Like, come on. They're going to be sitting there and saying,
beautifully said.
Yeah, like they're going to go think about what you did. They're going to be like, when I grow up, I'm going to never hang out with my mom ever again. You know what I mean? That's what they're thinking or whatever. They're just going to be like, anyway, but,
Or just they just feel even further rejected.
Yeah, exactly. No one understands me. Like I didn't mean to do anything bad or whatever, And so where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so hanging out with Billy and stuff. When I first started hanging out with them, all this stuff was like fresh to me, and I was saying like, what is up with this like fake culture that we live in, where like people are like one of the most common things to say to greet someone, "How you doing?" Imagine if someone actually answered. Like, you know what I mean? This is like probably a lot of people have thought about this, but like. The reason I say that all this was fresh to me is because it's like, I was like, how would someone react if someone said, "How you doing?" And I said,
"Oh, I ask it twice nowadays."
Oh yeah. Oh, you're looking for the real answer.
Yeah.
What? So it's like, "How you doing?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, what's up?" And they're like, "No, how you doing?" Like that.
Yeah. No, I'll wait a little bit, and then I'm like, "How are you doing?"
That's awesome. But yeah, I was thinking like, imagine
you
if
can tell they're not doing well.
Yeah. It's like, imagine if instead people were like, instead of "How you doing?" It's like, at the end of the day, what we're really talking about when you say, "How are you doing?" is really, if you're really looking for a genuine answer, it's like you're basically asking like, what is the struggle that is really dominating the majority of your life right now that you're trying to work through? You know what I mean? It's like, do you really want to know the answer? Because, I would like to see a world where people did want to know the answer. That would be awesome. But,
Because it's like, there's different ways of like, "How are you doing?" And someone's like, "Fine."
Yeah.
"How are you doing?"
Yeah. Right.
Well, I'm like, I'm really like, I'm just stressed today, just like not really feeling like great. Okay, cool. If you want to talk about it. Well, and people will usually tell them,
that's.
But so it's like if you say "How you're doing," and someone's like, "Oh, I'm doing good," like that, I'm usually fine with. Like they don't really have anything to say. They're not, But you can tell when someone's like, "I want to say something, but I'm not gonna."
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's so true. Yeah, if anyone responds with anything that's if someone says "How you doing?" and someone responds with anything other than like, "Yeah, what's up, dude?" or like, "Yeah,"
I gotta fucking tell you before I forget. But the other day at work, someone said, "How you doing?" and I said, "We doing good."
Hell yeah. That's
in
awesome.
the way I said, "We doing good." Obviously, I got like a little bit embarrassed after saying it because it just came out.
They probably thought nothing of it.
They don't know that.
They probably thought
They
nothing of it. Yeah.
They thought it was funny.
That's a real
like,
throwback.
"Oh, shit, okay." That's I was doing good.
Yeah.
I was in a good mood.
We was doing good. That's so funny. What was it? I forget what it was, but it was during that period of time where we would always say that, like everything, like it was just like whatever. Like I would come to your house, I'd be like, "We here," but it's just me. Like I would say "we," like when a lot of us would do that, and then
in the building.
Yeah, like yeah. It's like I've actually done that before. I've been like, "We here." I forget who it was, but they were like, "Wait, who are you with?" I was like, "Oh no." Like,
"Oh no, it's fine."
Yeah, but it's like, and then of course, "Oh, we naked though," and stuff like that. But it's like,
we naked though.
Yeah, and like, what was that? What was the point of this? Oh yeah, I don't know. You had mentioned to me, or I saw it happen, or whatever. I think it was actually almost the same story. It was like you were at work or something like that, and someone asked you a question, and we're like, "Oh, we're just like we're just going to the bed," like it's something like that. Like we're just gonna go over here real quick or something, and then we're like, "Wait, what?" And you're like, "Oh no, yeah, I'm just gonna go over here real quick," or it's whatever it was. I'm like butchering the story 'cause I can't remember what you did.
I'll throw little.
But it was
things like
definitely
that
something like that.
Stuff on accident all the time.
Yeah, no.
My internal dialogue sounds a lot like how we talk.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like in fact, yeah, I totally actually had a moment like that pretty recently. I was talking to my dad, and actually I was whatever. I mean, I don't mean to be annoying, but capitalism was brought up, and then And usually I like try not to be like vulgar with my dad. Like I don't like with my family members. I like try not to like curse or whatever. Like I don't know why. I just like always do that.
I feel like generally it's to stay away from that kind of stuff is fine.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I guess I don't know. It's like, but you're right though. That's normal, I guess. But I was like,
You wanted when you say a curse word, you want it to have impact. If you say it all the time, it has nothing.
I guess so, yeah. But I was like getting so like I was like making a point, and I was like not heated, but I was like really like I felt like I was like actually like making a point that it's impossible to disagree with, but it was impossible to disagree with. But then it was just like, well, how are you gonna pay for it or something like that? You know how it is. But not like that. No, it was a more.
I don't understand what you mean.
It was a more nuanced discussion. You know what I mean? But no, it was definitely there was nuance to it. But it is it's just there's how that's frustrating because it's like come on. But like I'm just talking about it. And I'm like I'm being like, and then whatever, money is controlled by this, and then the government gets money campaign contributions, and then there's only a few people in the entire United States government who aren't taking these contributions. And guess what? Who do they agree with? Is it Ted Cruz? Are they voting for Trump? No, it's the only people in the government that agree with the positions that I talk about, and that's Bernie Sanders. That's whatever, and I'm talking about that. And then I was like, and then there's people like Ted Cruz who are just like, and I was like, well, sorry, I'm just saying, like he's just getting on his knees for daddy NRA check and whatever, and like I'm like. And it's just like I'm just like sorry. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just saying that's like, and that was a moment where I was like, I'm out here talking about, I'm visualizing, that, and I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm creating a visual of that in a conversation that resulted from, just like eating dinner or whatever, and then just like, oh yeah, crazy what they're doing over in whatever, Ukraine or something. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, and then it's like an hour later, I'm like, Ted Cruz is on his knees. I don't know. I know a lot of people probably have conversations with their parents like that all the time, but I never do. So it was just funny for me.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a confession to make.
What's that?
I have to urinate.
Okay.
So do you want to hold it down, or do you want to take a quick break?
I'll take a quick break too. Also, we've been going for 3.5 hours. Not that I'm looking to leave right this minute, but let's take a break.
I'm down to go for another like half hour, honestly.
Okay, yeah, I think I could do that. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's we'll probably do that. Okay. Be right back, everybody.
Here, 2 minutes.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Oh, we're back.
Yes, we are.
So look forward to a Christmas song coming out by Christmas.
Yes.
Special gift to you from us.
Who knows if things get crazy? Well, actually, today's what? Well, it's after midnight, so it's the 22nd here. But so you know, we got like 3 days, so
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
that's plenty. That's plenty of time. Yeah.
And it'll take, honestly, probably a total of 2 nights. It'll be 1 night of me working on it, 1 night of maybe 3 total. So we have all the nights that we need.
Yeah, but it'll just be fun to post that online and just
Have
a
it be.
little something, just something
Yeah.
fun for our, loyal fans that we love so much.
Yeah.
If you're out there, I'm thinking about
We know.
you.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the
Think
fact that
about
you
you.
may exist. You might not, but you might, and that's what matters.
At the end of the day, it doesn't. And that's
It doesn't really
beautiful.
matter,
In and of itself.
but it's fun. It's fun to think about. It'd be fun if it was true. That would be cool. But if it's not, we're still having a
mean-
good old time over here.
Yeah, that's all it is. You know what's funny? I was telling somebody the other day, or I realized this about myself, and then I expressed it. I used to really, and I'm sure, we've talked about this, but I've used, I wanted to be acquire some level of fame,
Sure.
right? With this theory of affecting people.
I know what you're talking about.
And I had this thought actually in college as well. Just the simple fact that meeting somebody for the first time kind of affects them. And depending on that meeting and what you show them or tell them about may affect them for the rest of their life.
Totally true.
And I'm back in that headspace nowadays where it's I don't need to write the next best-selling novel. I just need to have meaningful conversations with people around me.
Man, I feel like you're just speaking to me at a time where that's exactly what I need to hear.
Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What matters is the little things. It's everyone who does write the best-selling novel, they got to that place not alone, but through a collective experience and a collective sharing of knowledge.
Yeah.
The amount of people, the unsung heroes, are truly just maybe just a dude who just said something to you one day.
Right. I mean, like I said
You
before.
know what I mean?
Like I said before, I mean, think about it. You think that guy that I was, that 13-year-old man that I was talking about, I feel weird even using that as a joke, but that kid that I was friends with when I was also 13, you think he has any idea that I would ever think about that way? He probably doesn't even remember that. But for me, it's that was the kind of one of the big things that when you're in elementary school,
these are the smallest things, man.
Right. You have friends in elementary school, then you go into a new school. I don't really know anyone. Then I make a few friends. I have a tiny group of friends, but then after that day, we were, next thing we know,
You might never have been friends without that.
that is possible, honestly. It really is possible.
And even what table you sit at during lunch,
Yeah.
or what class you're randomly assigned.
That's actually the funniest part.
All think about your first grade class or whatever. It's all this shit impacts you for the rest of your life
Yep.
in little and huge ways.
The other Matt who this is who you're thinking of if you're, it's I mean, we met in 6th grade. I was 11, I remember, because, well, I hate to say it, but the whole way that I remember all this is because I was in 6th grade, September 11th, 2001. I was in 6th grade. School just started, so I was 11 and in 6th grade. And I remember I was already friends with him. It's so funny because it felt like it took forever to make friends, but he was my first friend in middle school that I didn't already know. And I mean, that was 20 plus years ago at this point. Holy shit. All just because, and it honestly was all, you want to know what's so funny? I remember how I used to think back then, and I remember the general thing. He kind of just came up and was he just sat next to me one day. And I was just why is this guy sitting near me? He doesn't know me. And then he just started talking to me. I'm why is this guy talking to me? And then, but then like after like a few minutes or whatever, I was just like, oh, okay. I mean,
It's okay now.
does he like want to be my friend or something? I swear, I'm so weird. Like it's crazy. Like
Yeah, I mean,
I bet a lot of people
been
think
broken
this
boys
stuff's
in our
dumb.
life. I'm not gonna lie. Like we've,
Yeah. Yeah.
I was, yeah,
But now here we are 20 years later.
still figuring it out.
Yeah, totally. No idea
But
what's going
trying.
on. Yeah, definitely
Trying.
trying. You know what's funny? I always this is so random, but it's you said the word trying. Remember that song that you had, and it was called "Trying," and then I was like, "Yo, I heard that song." I'm like, "Yo, I heard that song that you sent me." I kind of made one inspired by it. It was the same thing. It was just the same thing. Like,
Wait, was the "I Won't Try" song?
no, it was like how did it go? I don't remember your version, but I don't remember the song that you made. I remember the one that I made that was a ripoff. But it was like it was just like simple chords. I think it was just like GDA or something like that, the standard Lou Reed moment. But it was like in like a Bob Dylan. It was like a folky type, like doon down do 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 doon do 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 something like that. And then it was like how did it go? It was like yeah, does that ring a bell? I don't know. I'm not really doing a good job. But I don't know.
Was it what era of my life was it from? Not the most like the last few things. It was from
yeah.
Brooklyn Times.
I mean, yeah, Brooklyn Times. I mean, I could pinpoint it. I mean, I hate saying people's names. I like just broke up. Me and my girlfriend at the time just broke up like a week before that. It was right at that time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Was the title definitely trying?
Yeah. I mean, at first it wasn't, but then I made my version. I thought I was just making my own song, but then I sent it to you. You're like, this is the exact same thing. I'm like, holy shit, you're so right. I'm like, it wasn't exact, but it was basically the exact same thing. And then,
man, I hope I still have it.
I think I could find it somewhere. Actually, no. I have it. Where do I have that? I heard it recently. I think it's in the emails. But what do you call it? Why did I bring that up? Because you said the word trying. Oh, because it's funny because we're now talking about doing the Christmas thing, and it's funny because at the time you called it that because you were like, "Yo, I'm gonna do like my part," and then you created a little chorus, and it involved the word trying, and then you were like, "That's that." You just titled the email that or whatever, I guess. And then
oh, gotcha.
And then you were like. And then you could do like the other part that you just made, and then we'll just make it into one song or whatever. And that was cool. And then we just didn't do it. But that's kind of the
I'm
common
looking at
theme.
emails right now because I want to know about this.
Yeah, I don't even know if it'll be called that. Oh wait, maybe it's not in the emails. It might have been I emailed it to myself, and I just found it in my emails one day when I was looking through them. I don't know. I can't remember, but it exists somewhere. It's accessible
I'm
somewhere.
disappointed. I want to know about it.
It was cool. Damn, I gotta admit. I mean, I don't mean to be like.
Oh, trying. Found it.
Oh, cool. Is it your? This is
Trying that wave.
Oh, that wave. I'm like moving closer to my microphone as if that's gonna help me hear it better. Yeah, this is yours.
Oh, yeah.
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 Yeah. Oh my god! I know it's just.
Forgot about this.
It's just so wholesome.
Nobody's ever gonna love me. I see. Everybody's gonna be.
Yeah.
Wait, is that it?
That's exactly.
No, I come back again with more.
I think what it was is I used the exact same chords and I strummed it almost the exact same way. The vocal melody is a little different. It's like noticeably different, but definitely a lot of similarities right there.
I'm happy to remember stuff.
Yeah, no, I think about this stuff all the time. It's crazy. It's like, dude, you have no idea how many times see, this is what I'm talking about, man. I need to get through this stuff. It's like so many times throughout the week, I'll think of something where I'm just like, oh, let me just, you know, like, whereas back then, you know, during those exact times when we were doing that stuff and hanging out a lot, I would just like, I don't know, it was just like, I would just text you whenever I like wanted to say something, and you would just like randomly text me something funny or like a song or something, right?
Yeah, we guys
Like,
should get back in the habit of that, I think.
now I'm always like, oh man, I want to send this to Eric, but then I'm like, oh, I don't want him to think that I'm like kind of, I think honestly sometimes I'm like, I don't want him to think that I'm like trying to insinuate that I'm like, yo, let's do like an impromptu stream right now, and I don't want to put pressure on him, and I don't know if I'm really feeling that right now, so like let me just not say anything. It's like, what
I'm
the
never
hell?
gonna think.
Another thing I need to realize, that I'm starting to realize, that I obviously know this, but something that's like important to actually like be aware of for real, is like, other people that I interact with are also adults who have the ability to make their own choices. I don't need to like, oh, let me not say this because I want to make sure they don't feel a certain way. It's like,
Oh yeah.
if they don't want to do something, they can just be like, no, and that's okay. Or like,
Yeah.
you know, not that even
Oh, yeah.
a situation that I would find myself in where they're going to say no. I just mean more like, I don't know. If you're not, if you're busy or something, you're not
Well,
going
that's the thing. I've been. This is a more maybe a broad thing, but like when you interact with somebody in a way to elicit a response instead of just being genuine.
That's basically every second of my life until like, I don't know, the
That
past
is
several years. It
another
feels like
thing.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess it
another
really.
thing about myself that I woke up to definitely is like
Mhm.
I know that I did that, and I just
Yeah.
don't. I don't want it. I don't need everyone to respond the way that I want them to. It's perfectly fine if they respond whatever way they want. Because this is the thing, right? Because then I complain about life being boring.
Oh my god.
You know, in my
Yeah.
head, you know, I'd
Yeah.
like let's just throw and see what happens. Because then maybe I'll be surprised.
Yeah, you want to know what's so annoying? I'm annoying myself right now. I'm like, we're gonna lose subscribers because like they're gonna be like, wow, I hate this guy. Because see, actually, no, this is the negative self-talk that I do to myself all the time. See, I need to not do this. But I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, no, I definitely, even when I was in the, you know, as far as like, you want life to be interesting, right? It's like, I always have this attitude of like, oh yeah, no, I want life to be interesting, and I want to get involved in a lot of cool stuff and interesting stuff, and even maybe some stuff that doesn't really work out, where it's like, ooh, that was maybe a waste of time, but not looking at it that way and being like, that was an experience, you know what I mean? But for some insane reason, I view it as like, oh yeah, no, it's going to be cool when I'm ready to do that, but like, you know, I'm just not capable yet. Which actually, you know what? There's two sides to that.
Yes, indeed.
If I'm not capable of it right now, that's perfectly fine. Instead of looking at it as like, there's something wrong with me, that's why I'm not. It's like, no, it's all good. What am I doing? I don't need to make... I don't... Like, one of the big things, like you said before, about being, you know, just interacting with people can have an effect on their lives. You don't need to be like, have like cultural or like social like legitimacy by some backed by something in order to be like, have your like thoughts be valuable, or like what you put out there be valuable, you know what I mean? Just interacting with someone can do that. And it's like, I do the same thing. I'm like, man, once I finally become like normal and like worthy of doing this stuff, I'm going to be able to do so much cool stuff. And then it's like, am I really? Because I'm pretty sure if you're going to do cool stuff, you have to be good at doing cool stuff. And if you just do nothing all the time, what makes you think that all of a sudden you're going to wake up one day and be like, oh, I'm finally ready. Let me go do all that great stuff now. You know what I mean? This sounds like a stupid conversation, but I'm just...
Well, no, it's like it's a mixture of the two things, right? It's like you want to move towards what you want, because you know, if you for example, like if you think like, I need a change in my life, and then you pinpoint what the change is. Say it's new job, whatever the fuck it is, right? You might not be ready to just quit your job and start looking for a new job, but you can start moving towards a new job, right? You could fix your resume, or you could like look at jobs listed, even whatever, you know. So you're letting your brain know that you're open to it,
right?
You know,
funny.
instead of
I'm
being like, well, I'm not ready now, so I won't do anything because I'm not ready to actually make the choice. But when you start slowly doing the thing, it becomes like a snowball effect where next thing you know, you are doing it. And it's easy.
No, it's so I I'm in that exact situation right now. Actually, whatever. I mean, this isn't like personal information, whatever. It's like, it's like, not that I'm like super passionate about doing IT or anything like that. It's not like my calling in life or something. But, it would be nice to kind of get involved in something that I did spend time getting a certification in and whatever, and like something that like, whatever. It's like, so, a huge thing that's been a weight off my shoulders is like, I'm always thinking like, oh my God, I need to get a real good job, and then I need to learn really quick, and then I need to, get a better job, Instead, it's just like, I reached out to a guy I know who has been doing this for like the past like 30 years. He had his own company. He works at another company right now. He like leads the IT team. I just texted him, hey man, one of these days, if it's not too much trouble, can I kind of just kind of like tag along with you like at that place you work at, just to kind of like learn the ins and outs, like learn some things so that once I start going on interviews, I can start like, I kind of have some idea of what I'm talking about a little bit, so I've seen it and used it hands-on and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, absolutely, let's do it right after the holidays. So, that'll be cool.
Oh, nice,
so,
perfect.
And I've done this with him before. I've done it with him once before, one time before, and but with this, I'm hoping it'll be like more like a week or two. You know what I mean? That would be dope.
Yeah.
So.
That'd be awesome. I mean,
so it's just, I'm just taking little steps, and that's like a genuine, real step. It's like, that's not just like, one day I'm going to do something. It's like, I have plans to actually be at a place at a time. Someone is expecting me. If I don't do it, there will be like, consequences. I mean, he'll just be like, what the hell's wrong with you? But,
Yeah. But you'll do it because you want to.
Right, exactly. I'm not scared of those consequences. I'm like, I'm not going to let that happen, because why would I do that? I want to get this done. You know what I mean? And it's so refreshing to actually feel that way. Like,
yeah, it's like, why would I not?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that's the thing too. Like, and going to what you said in the beginning of that story is like, it's not necessarily something that I want to do. I got to be honest with you. You don't know what you want to do. You only really know once you start doing it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I think even with like, I was like raving about my job, which is true, 100% true. But for how long? I don't know. Maybe I'll get tired, and it's important to pay attention to that shit too. And then new opportunities come up, and maybe you want to like keep seeing what life's about.
That's exactly
right. And keep finding new. So it's like, I mean, if you get a job and it becomes like, that's the job that you want to do forever, that's awesome. But like, I think be open to the idea that like, maybe you'll have a bunch more jobs before you die.
That's exactly how I feel. In fact, that's the main reason why I chose this as something that I would like focus, and actually start trying to do or whatever, because it's like, for that exact reason. If I don't like it, I can just do something that's still in the same field, but is completely different to the point where you wouldn't even think it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly.
There's a massive difference between someone who sits at a desk, looking at a screen, like interacting with like, just the actual like software side of it, versus someone who's like running cables through like the freaking thing and like, setting up a network or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's a I'm sure there's a lot of crossover in that, but like, still, I'm saying there's a huge difference between being like the guy, like like a network guy at like some random like local business or whatever, versus like doing security for like Bank of America. You know what I mean? Like, or like that's totally different. It's not even like. So, because that's how I see it. It's like, I know myself. I don't think there's going to be anything that someone's going to tell me, all right, here's your schedule. Be here at this time. This is our dress code. This is when, this is how much we're going to pay. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm ever going to find something where someone's going to tell me that, and I'm going to be like, yay, I can't wait to do it for the next 20, 30 years. That's never going to happen.
Right.
So it's like,
right.
I look at it like, as long as I could find a nice little, carve out for myself where I could just say, you know what? Do I love doing the physical, not physical, but like the actual material work itself? Maybe not loving it, but that's the world we live in. But it's like, if I can just go to a place where I'm treated with dignity and like, work with cool people who are like nice and respectful and, we get along and you know what I mean? And it's like in a nice a location where I can kind of find like a little bit of joy out of, you know what I mean? That's all I'm asking for here, I mean,
Exactly.
and then
everything leads to the next thing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
It's
know,
the other thing, even if I hate my job, it's like, well, in 6 months to a year, I now am a person with 6 months to a year of experience doing something that, whatever, lets me tell people I see myself working my way up in this company. I really love your morals, your company culture. I feel like you've cultivated a real team and a community here. That's why I want to join. That's why I want to be on board if I would have the honor. Not that I would say that, you know what I mean? I don't think anyone says that. Actually, people say that. Yeah, right?
it depends on where you're working, but
Yeah. But, we'll see what happens. I'm just happy at the end of the day that here we are talking about stuff for hours, putting on sweaters, having fun. I mean, you dress like that all the time, but like it's like,
I'm usually on the stream though.
Well, I don't know.
I feel like I'm usually a little dressed down. I don't know. Maybe
to me, you're always dressed up because I'm wearing one of my 5 T-shirts every single time. You know what I mean? Like, no, I have more than 5, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But actually no, when it's cold, or I'll be wearing. I love when it's like, once it starts getting cold out, it just becomes like the Thrasher sweatshirt every time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
That's a good one though.
Because that's my go-to home, comfy clothing.
Yeah, it's good to be comfy.
It is.
But yeah, no, life is good, and this has been an interesting year and a fucking. I am once again, to repeat, very glad that we are doing this and we have done this.
For sure. I gotta say, one huge thing before we wrap this thing up is I'm saying all this stuff. Oh my god, the past couple of years has been like tough, and I have have a hard time with this and this and this. At the end of the day, I went from through all that, I was still willing, because I just feel so comfortable and accepted by you, and like, it's so easy and it doesn't take any effort to try to, keep up with like, paying attention to you, because we're just clicking, you know what I mean? And it's awesome that I could just do that, even through times where I'm like, I can't do anything. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I'll live stream myself on the internet for 5 hours multiple times a week. I don't care about that. Yeah. Because I just feel like I'm like safe in this environment. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because
yes,
it's awesome.
agree.
So thank you for that.
And thank you for joining me on this experience. I should have known, honestly,
What?
that we would have done this eventually.
Yeah, it seems just natural now that we look, now that we know it happened,
Yeah.
And it's fun, and it'll continue happening. And who knows, maybe this year we'll get another 30 subscribers. We can get some real community going, and we'll be
Yeah,
that would be so much fun. I'm still waiting.
Get involved,
Yeah,
everyone
just get involved.
Get involved. It's fun.
That I'm still waiting for that moment where someone just types in chat and just either agrees or disagrees or just has a comment. It's gonna be fun to just talk to people. Like,
absolutely, it was just nice. It's honestly, at the end of the day, it's just nice. Once again, I'm just happy that we have this for us, and like we have like an outlet to express, even if no one's paying attention.
Absolutely, yeah, awesome.
And once again, Christmas song is coming.
Yep.
That's gonna happen. That's gonna start another fucking domino effect of maybe collaborating more and more on music.
Yeah, you may be getting a little sneak preview of it right now in the background, played at a very low volume. So,
Yeah. Well, if you listen to the beginning of the stream, you'll hear it.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
We might tweak that. It's not, there's some things to be done, but that's
finished.
just, yeah. Well, keep in mind that song, the song that you have heard and are hearing, if you are, has been. Oh, you're probably gonna hear like little interference because I just got a text message and for some reason it just.
I heard the little shuffling.
Oh yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? It must have been super important.
I mean,
yeah. Just the song that you are hearing was created today. Like, basically, me and Eric were talking about this, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll throw together like a little song or something like that. And then today, knowing that we were doing this today, I was like, oh shit, I should do that. But it was actually fun. I wanted to do it. It was awesome.
it's good to have like, and this is a thing that I'm planning on doing this upcoming year as well. I got a buddy that I vibe with here, and he's like a cartoonist / illustrator guy, and I'm a writer mostly, and we're planning on making a zine this year, so
look
forward to that.
That's gonna be
I'm excited
awesome.
for it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. That's the thing, like, because we're both we've talked a lot about creation and stuff, and he's like, I have a really hard time finishing stuff, and I'm like, I feel you, same. You know, like really putting something out. Like, I finish poems all the time, but like getting all of my poems together and. Did you see something?
Yeah, sorry. I just like the text that I just got that gave the interference was Rob. You know who I'm talking about, I think.
Yeah,
of course. And he's like, you don't even interact with your audience. I'm like, what the hell? And I just looked on YouTube, and there's like they were talking about it. It's so funny. I didn't even realize. Sorry if you were still watching.
I meant to check the YouTube. I saw that. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. They were even there when we were talking about like the volume and stuff like that. Damn, I didn't.
Yeah. I
Damn,
saw that a while ago.
I need to pay attention to the YouTube chat. I don't think anyone's ever typed in the YouTube chat before. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Because we
never saw it.
The Twitch. Yeah, exactly. I've never seen a single chat in YouTube. I wonder how this could have possibly happened.
Yeah, we got to get better at this.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Robert.
The thing is, we have the
You're
Twitch.
a valued member of this community, though. So.
We have it so that the Twitch chat pops up on screen. So I'm always like, oh, I won't miss anything. I'll see that. But there's got to be a way to get the YouTube chat on here too, right?
Yeah. You could, we could probably get both on, like one on each side, and have them like run down. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Well, but as I was saying, yeah. So we're gonna work on a zine together, and that should be coming on this next year too, and that'll be cool.
Hell yeah.
Like a little
awesome.
collective. We're just gonna it's all gonna be like, I'm gonna type on the typewriter, and give them pieces of paper to draw on, and vice versa.
Oh, cool. Oh, it's gonna be mostly like just like visual art stuff, like, I guess.
Yeah, and then scan it and put it together in a little book every month.
Nice. That sounds awesome.
One a month of like.
What are you gonna print it on? Like
paper.
Oh, just like printer paper?
Yeah, just print this little zine, like a little guy.
Oh, like stapled?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
I'm thinking like, you know, like 10 pages, like 5 pieces of paper, 10 pages.
How are you going to distribute it?
Print them out and then just give them out.
Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that's the goal, just to like feel like we have a finished product.
Yeah. Hey man, awesome.
So that's, I want to try to do one of those a month, because then it'll keep me inspired and like kind of give me like deadlines for working on stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and then I have a finished thing, and that's cool.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing.
So that's the goal for this year too. So hold me to it, and I will. If anybody sees this and they want one, send me your address. I'll mail you one.
Hell yeah!
Send me 10 cents.
Yeah, DM. You know, if you want, just DM the Pinemen Instagram account, and don't forget to give it a follow. Just kidding. I mean, you know, if you want,
and I'll see it in like maybe a month or two.
Yeah, exactly. We just like literally today, right before we hopped on, he's like, "Oh, we got multiple new followers over the past couple months or weeks or whatever." Yeah.
I don't ever. I'll start checking it if people start messaging me.
Yeah.
But yeah. I just want to say I love this. I love everyone, all our friends who have interacted with us through the time.
Yes.
I love you very much, and people who have interacted with the Disco Elysium stream, and people who have interacted with us passively or directly, or on stream or off stream. Just people who have been watching and paying attention a little bit. It's cool and fun, and it makes me happy that, like, you know, I get to rant and rave with my best friend.
It's amazing. I love it. It's awesome. And honestly, I swear to God, like, I don't know if you guys are still watching at all, but like, just the fact that like even our like real life friends like will pop in the chat and just say something is awesome. Like the fact that you would even care, like it just to even just like say like random statements. It's just nice to just.
It makes me happy.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's just fun.
people hanging out with people.
Yeah. Little things are big things,
Yeah.
you know?
It is. They are.
But yeah, I guess with that, like, that's a good spot to leave it. I really am, like, proud of us for doing a single thing for a full year.
Yeah, I know. It's awesome. It's amazing.
A full year.
I think we're gonna get another one.
I
In
know.
the,
I think so.
And the next time, hopefully.
Can you
next
imagine
time-
when we're like, dude, we've been doing this for 5 years?
Can you imagine? We'll be like, we've been doing this for 5 years.
conversation.
Maybe by next year we'll hit 50 subscribers. This is gonna be amazing. Not that it's about that. I know I keep bringing that up. I
To be
just find
fair,
it
I would
funny.
be so happy. Like, could you imagine what it would be like to find a channel that has like 5 years worth of like multiple hour long fucking streams
Yeah.
that has like 20 to 100 subscribers?
That would be awesome, actually. Yeah, maybe
And
we
you're
could be
like,
that for someone.
I
Yeah,
feel like I'm missing out on something really cool here.
one or the other. Either we get more subscribers or we be that for one individual. I'll take
Yeah,
either one.
dude. If one person is hyped to fucking check out a Pinemen episode,
Hell
well,
yeah.
there is. I know there already is one, at least.
There you go. Yeah, someone watches the Disco Elysium stuff, so which is awesome.
Mhm.
We gotta find a new game too.
That would be fun. I mean, I am down to like once again either do like a half and a half stream kind of, or do like 2 different days.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Something like
Either
that.
do like two short streams during the week, or do like one longer stream and do like a chat and a game.
Yeah, one or the other.
Yeah.
Big things coming, you know. Just kidding. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, these are the things you're finding out the big things in real time as the ideas are
Yeah,
coming.
and we talked about this too. I don't think we talked about it on stream, but we're thinking about doing more pre-recorded stuff as well, which would be fun. Because that's stuff we can do.
Yeah, that's
We can
gonna
like
be cool.
bang out, and we don't have to like stress about when. It could be like we hop on and like bang stuff out quick. And
It would be
and edit it.
so easy if we lived near each other. Like,
Well, I mean, honestly, the ease of it is very similar because to record us both on this, we would need like I would feel like we would need more quality if we were in the same space. Like it would be the production side of it would be a lot more.
yeah. I just mean the like doing pre-recorded stuff.
Yeah,
Just getting together and be like, let's make this video, and we could just talk about it instead of like I'm thinking on my own, and then I'm like, all right, let me send him a
Let's
message
get back
on
let's
Discord.
get in the habit of just send me text messages if you have any ideas.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same.
Yeah. Like,
Then that'll force us to keep thinking about this when we're not thinking about it.
okay, I'm down with that.
You know, because if I think of an idea and I text it to you, then you're like, shit, now I'm thinking about this,
Yeah.
and maybe you'll get a little hyped. I don't know.
You're right. You're right.
You know, so yeah, look forward to. In the spring, we're gonna see some plants. I promise you that. I will do whatever it takes to get Matt to show some plants.
All right, let's make this happen because that would be fun. I got a lot of ideas. So
Yeah.
all right.
All right. We're at 4 hours and 5.
Wow. Damn, this is a long ass one, but
Yeah, I
very
wish
fun. It actually flew by. This is cool.
it really did. Well, happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
And I hope to see you all in the next year.
Absolutely. Until next time, everyone. This is the Pine.
Thanks for coming.
This is the Pinemen.